Coming to you from the city of the weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Well, hello everybody, and happy Tuesday night. Also, happy April Fool's Day. Hope everybody didn't get taken in by all the AI and false headlines and things like that. But I tell you one thing, I'm not actually here. I am bilocating right now. You are listening tonight to an amazing pre-recorded episode of The Curious Realm. But as always, we are bringing you new content, not repeat, not best of. What we are bringing you tonight is our interviews from this last weekend while we were on location at the Lonestar Paracon. We had the amazing time, amazing opportunity to sit down with people like Robbin Terry and Victoria Mundae, Benjamin Wolf, Greg Lawson, Nikki Folsom, Shaw Martinez, and of course our good friend King Gerhard. There were tons of presentations that happened this weekend. That is all available on the HC Productions Vimeo page. If you go to Vimeo, you will be able to find all of the Lonestar Paracon up for rent for the next month. That all comes out April 7th. So keep your eyes out there. You can find that at curiousrealm.com as well, folks. We'll have links to that. But tonight, we bring you our official live on-site coverage from the Lonestar Paracon in Schertz, Texas. Right now, everybody. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realms coverage of the official 2025 Lonestar Paracon here in Schertz, Texas. Put on by the Kling brothers. These guys are absolutely amazing. Their events are always awesome. We have with us in this segment Robbin Terry. He is the owner of Ashmore Estates as well as the R Theater. Both of them are well-known haunted locations. Let's start at the beginning here. Was it an interest in the paranormal that brought you to buy the properties, or were the properties just available and something that were of interest to you and you found out?
Well, the first property was the art theater.
Okay.
And I was looking for a place to have an insurance office. And so down on the first floor, and I was like, this is perfect. I've got the lobby and everything. We can set up an office. So we did that, and we were there operating for a couple of years just as our insurance office. And, we hear things.
All right.
You hear voices, you hear sounds, and
sure,
motion lights going off and on. You don't think a lot about it. At that time, I wasn't into the paranormal. And so I had some friends that wanted to investigate there sometime. So I said, come on by. Let's do it. See what happens. So they did, and they found all kinds of stuff there at the theater.
Wow. So you were not into the world of the paranormal, things like that. The paranormal came to you through a property that you purchased just out of rote need for your business.
Yeah, back in 1999.
Now, this brings up something really interesting because we've had Margie Kay on the show talk. They've just put out a book, her and another author, about researching properties, specifically insurance, things like that, whenever you go to purchase a home. Was it something insurance-wise because a lot of people don't realize that there are states that are full disclosure. You have to let them know, you have to let a buyer know if it's possibly haunted or if anybody's committed murder there or committed suicide. Is that the case here in Texas as far as insurance goes?
Well, I'm not sure in Texas.
Oh, that's right.
I'm in Illinois.
Yes, you're in Illinois.
But the theater, it was owned by the bank.
Okay.
They repossessed the property, and it sat empty for 3.5 years.
Oh, wow.
Nobody wanted it because it just needed a lot of work, and it was a slope floor and all like that, so they couldn't do a lot with it. So I called them out of the blue one day and said, hey, I'd like to look at this property, and they couldn't get down there fast enough.
I'll bet.
So we looked at it. In fact, they actually cut a 2-inch tree down in front of the door so I could get in.
Oh, wow.
Because it hadn't been seen for a few years.
Oh, wow.
But
interesting.
So we got inside, looked around, and the structure looked good, so I'm like, heck, let's just buy this because this town I'm in is like 4,000 people. And I made, they came back and I made them an offer of $5,000 on this building.
Wow.
And they turned it down, and which I could understand. But then the bank president called me and said, hey, if you give us $15,000, sorry, $20,000, I'll give you the keys today. So okay. So what the heck? So we went down there and we decided to build the office in the front of it, but it was a mess. I mean, there was no roof. There was the air conditioning, heating was shot. The power was off. I mean, it was in bad shape. But
and how old was the building upon your purchase?
1946.
Okay. So, and had there been any pre-existing history to the building that you came to find out through your time of owning it? Were there reports of hauntings while it was in operation, anything like that?
I had a few people that tell me that they were projectionists there, and they'd heard some sounds up there, heard voices up there once in a while, but nobody really paid much attention to anything. Now, the owner of the place, they lived in a house right next door, and one of the previous owners actually died in the backyard.
Oh, wow.
And like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, he died in the flower garden. He was kind of eccentric. He'd be out there weeding his garden at 2 or 3 in the morning and end up dying right out there in the backyard.
Wow. And let's start getting into the occurrences that happened on location. You said that you eventually had some people that you knew that were into the paranormal that came to investigate. What kind of things did they begin to find? What kind of things have you found on property, specifically at Ashmore, or at the theater? And then we'll get into Ashmore.
Okay. Well, they came out, I guess it was about 2000, they came out and investigated. And they called me up and they said, hey, we really didn't get a lot of anything, nothing happened at all, so we're going to listen to our audio and see if we can caught anything there, but nobody had any personal experiences.
Okay.
And they called me about a week later and said, we need to talk. And so they brought a laptop out and they played a bunch of EVPs, and they got some crystal clear EVPs out on location.
Wow.
And, they didn't have any personal experiences. Nobody got touched, grabbed, groped, something like that. So, but then as we went on, we started getting more people that came out, and it seemed like the spirits in the building were talking like crazy at times.
Wow.
And then we had the strangest occurrence we had. It's probably been 6 or 7 years ago. I had some friends that came over. We were doing what we call a newbie night, where we investigated the building. They never investigated before, and I set up headphones for 10 people. And we went around listening to everything as we got done. And 3 psychics kind of walked to the building, and they came across a well-known serial killer that actually ended up occupying the building, and by the name of John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, we picked up they picked up on him, and it was kind of weird because it's like there's no reason why he should be here until they started sitting and talking, and they found out that my wife was a roommate of her son, or my wife's roommate in college when she was going to school was killed by Gacy.
Oh, wow.
2 of the guys that were there that night that were helping with the investigation, they handled paperwork that came to the desk from Gacy. And then I bought an armoire that we have upstairs that was owned by the attorney that represented Gacy.
Wow.
And she used to keep paintings of that armoire that he did for her while he was in prison.
Fascinating.
So, yeah, it was kind of bizarre. But and that's why my buddies, Kung Brothers, I was down here. It's been quite a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I was sitting having dinner with Brad Kling. He's like, hey, what's up? What's going on? What's new? And I was telling him, he's like, yeah, we're coming up and doing a story. And so Brad, they drove up from San Antonio to Auburn, Illinois.
Wow.
And did the story of a strange curiosity called Killer Coincidence. And just about the Gacy situation.
Wow, that is really cool, man, to find out that your theater has that kind of connection, and that randomly people there on investigation had connection with him.
Right.
Now, specifically when it comes to things like that, was this an operational movie theater or like public performance theater?
It was a little bit of both.
Okay.
Because they said they utilized the building as much as they could, with things. And they had a stage, and they have country western bands come in.
Okay.
And things like that. And then when it shut down, then there was some guys that bought it that had some bands come in and play.
Okay.
In fact, there was a takeoff of Jerry Garcia's band.
Okay.
That played there, a pretty well-known band.
Yeah.
That played there. But yeah, they did quite a bit of different stuff. They had a few vaudeville type acts back then in the 40s and all that played there.
All right.
So it did a little bit of it all.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is because specifically with performance theater, I come from a theater background. I do audio video for a living. It's something that you typically do not find dispassionate people in the theater. the people involved with the theater are very connected with their theater. It's literally a home away from home for them. So the idea of theaters, specifically performance theaters, being inhabited by a Phantom of the Opera, so to speak, is not uncommon whatsoever because of people's connected passion to that space.
Right. Yep. No, and I think that's what's going on here. The owners of the place, they were pretty passionate about it. It was their baby.
Yeah.
The whole family owned it. I mean,
yeah.
It wasn't a matter if one guy bought it. It was just like this was a family operation.
Yeah, precisely. I have a 7-year-old son, and he literally knows how to assemble lighting rigs because he sits there with a wrench and helps me assemble things and helps me assemble tech. So it is a family-oriented thing, especially once you start talking about small town. Right. Things like that. Now, how did you go from the R Theater to Ashmore Estates? Because at that point, you had apparently been involved with the paranormal a little bit like that.
Yep.
Was it something that, because my father lived in a small town for a long time and kind of flipped houses, and it kind of became the fact that as people would leave town, stopping to work for the prison and going to work for another prison, they'd come to him to sell their house. Be like, hey, you're always buying houses, buddy. You want to take a look at mine? So was it the case that when Ashmore Estates came up that somebody heard the fact that you were involved with this, that this was a part-time thing with the theater, and they approached you with it, or did you find it for sale and were just interested?
It was actually a mistake. I found it because there's a guy that was looking. We used to rent a haunted house in the theater, in the basement, and we did it for like 10 years. And
cool.
we were closing it down, and we decided to sell all the props. And I had a guy contact me and said, "Hey, I'm interested in buying some props. If you want to sell them," I'm like, "Yeah, we're going to sell them all." So he's like, "Can I make a time to come over and see it?" So we set it up. He came over and he started going through everything, and he's picking out stuff left and right. And he's like, if you can hold this till next week, just going through the whole thing. And we're marking everything down for him that he wants.
Sure.
I hold it for him. And then he tells me, he said, he said, "I'm sorry that you guys had to come over here, and you come over here on your day off and everything, come over up." I'm like, "We live upstairs. It's not a big deal. It's like we built a house inside the movie theater."
Yeah.
I said, "So we live here." He's like, "Oh," I said, "Well, that's kind of unusual." And I said, "Yeah, it's not normal." And he's like, "Any chance I can get a tour of the place?" I'm like, "Yeah, we can do that." So after we got done, we walked up. We're walking through the house and everything. We get upstairs to the second floor, and I asked him. I said, "So, what are you gonna do with all these props?" He's like, "Well, I'm building a haunted house." I'm like, "Oh, okay, where at?" He's like, "Well, in Indiana." And I said, "Oh," I said, "That's fine." I was like, "How'd you hear about it here?" He's like, "Well, I had one actually right now that I own, but I'm gonna sell it." And I said, "Where's that at?" Because I'm used to Illinois. He said, "We've had them." He said, "Ashmore Estates." I'm like, "Oh, I've been out there before." I said, "Some of the props you're buying came from Ashmore Estates."
Oh, wow.
So I said, "But yeah," I said, "I bought these about a year or so ago from some of them." And so I said, "What are you going to do with Ashmore?" He's like, "I'm going to sell it." And my wife's sitting over going, "Oh, crap."
Your wife sounds like my wife. She's very keen on what you're into.
Yeah. And so I said, "Any chance that I can come out and take a look at this place?" And he said, "Yeah, if you're interested." And I said, "Yeah, I'm really interested." So
cool.
We drove out 2 hours from my house to Ashmore Estates, and we get out there, and he's taking me through, and everything's a disaster. I mean, stuff's thrown everywhere. The place is a mess.
Oh, sure.
And every window is knocked out of the building. There's no power in the building. There's no water in the building. The roof is gone. And I'm like, "This is kind of crazy." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm right back where I was, with the theater." So I said something to him. I said, "I'm interested." I said, "What do you want?" And he said, "Well, we can talk." And because I told him, I said, as we're headed home, actually, I told my wife, I said, "There's something about that building that I got to have it." And she's like, "Just buy it." And I'm like, "Really?" Because this thing's a mess. And she's like, "Yeah, you're going to do it, so just do it." But when I walked down the second floor, there was something there that just pretty much it was kind of telling me help our building. And it wasn't about helping spirits in the building; it was helping the building.
Interesting. Yeah.
I think that they were content in the building. I think they still are. I think it was just a matter of the building was in bad shape, and they'd like to have it improved. I mean, there's no windows. They had all the windows boarded up except for one.
Yeah.
So you couldn't see out. So I'm thinking, what would you do if you were basically trapped in a house or a building
for all eternity?
Yeah. With one window that everybody in the building tried to look out at times. So that was the first thing we did. We We gutted everything. We cleaned it all out. We started putting windows in. 83 openings we filled in the side of the building.
Wow.
With windows, and boarded up the first floor stuff to protect everything.
Yeah.
But it was quite the job, and we had a ton of help from the paranormal community. I mean, they came out in groves.
That is awesome. And I was just about to say, especially in not just smaller communities, but across states, things like that, communities really do rally behind these things. And it's funny because I go to the Fouke Monster Festival in Fouke, Arkansas every year. And one of the things I say regularly is a town either embraces these things or they shun them. And they push them aside. Now, whenever you go to Fouke, Arkansas for the Fouke Monster Festival, you'll find about 3/4 of the people are amiable and happy you're there and glad that you came to their town for this amazing event, that celebrates a little bit of the rich culture and history of the town and the legend that exists there. And then there's about 1/4 of the town that's like, we're about done with all you looky-loos. Like we are completely finished with this. We'd be happy if you quit coming 10 years ago.
Right.
How does this sit with the community that Ashmore Estates is in?
I think from talking to people in the past, because we've done a lot of open houses and things like that out there. When I bought the building, I mean, the grass was 3 to 4 foot tall out there, and the place was in shambles.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like it was worse than it was really when it was a poor farm. When it was a poor farm, it was kind of like a place where people went that nobody wanted to pay attention to.
Yeah.
And so now that we've got it and all the trees are gone and things like that, and the grass was bad, it was the same situation. It was like, Dante, tear that old building down there because the place looks like crap and it's like ridiculous. Well, when I bought it, we cleaned it all up, we did everything, and we do open houses out there now, and we've had people from Ashmore, the city, come out and say, I've always wanted to see this place, but I never wanted to go in the way it was. It's like, this is amazing. I can't believe you guys have done this.
That's fantastic.
In fact, the first year we did one of the girls that was helping me out there said, have you looked out the window? I'm like, no. And I said, I'm just getting things ready. And they said, hey, in case anybody shows up. And she's like, no, you need to go look out the window. And I'm like, why? She said, just go look out the window. So I walked out the window, and there was a line of people about a block long waiting to get inside the building. I'm like,
heck yeah.
Oh my God, they want to see this place. So
that's just it, because it's one of those, especially when buildings sit for years and years and years, like, not only have you lost a part of the town's history in that way, but there's also all kinds of rumor and speculation that builds up around a property, that kind of stuff. With the theater, especially living there and things like that, did you ever have any experiences yourself in the space?
Oh, at the theater we have, and we've heard voices and everything there. Ashmore, the same thing. I've heard voices.
Wow.
I've seen shadow figures in the building. It's not unusual. I mean, lights going off and on.
Okay.
And it's I think a lot of times when I've been out there working in the building so long, I think spirits in the building, when I walk in, they're like, oh, it's just him.
Yeah.
And so
Word's gotten around?
Yeah, they know. Yeah, exactly. It's traveled through 3 different floors out there. Like, hey, Robin's here. But yeah, so I don't think they even bother me out there, because they know that I'm here to work. I'm not there to try to talk to them.
Well, and that brings up a different question, especially with, because I'm sure that you rent these out for like over the weekend to investigative groups, things like that. Have people ever had any, I guess, consternation during an experience? Has anybody ever had like a violent experience, an experience that was horrifying to them, things like that? Or have most of them been pretty benevolent as far as EVP, things like that go?
Everything out there, there's nothing demonic in the building.
Okay.
And when we have Kids Day, we've been doing Kids Day out there since
cool.
2016.
Cool.
And so we have 9 years of Kids Days. We do 2 a year. And my grandkids have been out there. I'm not gonna send them to the building if I think it's unsafe.
Exactly.
But yeah, we've never had a problem. Is there mean spirits out there? Probably. And people have had some situations, but I don't know when they've said something about that they were scratched or something like that. I don't know what they were doing before they got scratched.
Sure,
if they were provoking or what they were doing.
Or even what their thought pattern was when it happened.
Yep. Or if they ran up against a wall by chance and just thought they got scratched or anything. But I mean, we've had spirits that people have told me they've chased them out of the building, but I don't know. I think a lot of times people take things, they're looking for something to be wrong.
That was something I was about to bring up, because we talk about it regularly on the show. I was having the conversation with an investigator earlier who's even been on TV, all kinds of things, who will be coming on the show later, Shah. And the idea of how do you prep for an investigation, and are you actively, because going through and reading experiences is awesome. It's great, don't get me wrong. But if that is what you're doing before you go on investigation, then you're kind of polishing the filter through which you're going to be looking at all your data.
Right.
And if you're thinking about demonic things, if that's what your consideration is before you go into a place, period, you may be already manifesting something or charging that atmosphere in that kind of way for the experience, instead of going in like a blank slate.
Sure. Now there's only been one time out there that I was, it was in May of 2014. I was hooking up electrical up on the second floor, and there's something that just came like, it kept like pushing me out the door. And I always tell people, it's kind of like one of those deals where you go to a party and you're not invited. Yeah. You kind of feel, look around like, I'm not supposed to be here. And so I finally kind of threw my hands up and said, okay, if you guys are, you're having something, you got a party going on and I'm not invited, I'll just go ahead and leave.
Yeah,
and
it's your place before it was mine.
Yeah, and I said that as I was walking out the door, and and somebody's like, well, it's probably something evil. I'm like, no, maybe it was something protecting me, because I was either doing something wrong. And I just talked to a psychic just recently that said that, she's like, have you ever had any experiences here with electrical? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, because they're trying to tell me that you hooked up electrical wrong. And I'm like, okay. And I said, where? And she said, on the third floor. I'm like, that's where I was that day it happened.
Interesting.
It's been 9 years ago.
Interesting.
I said, but that's where it happened. And they said, there's nothing wrong with the electrical. I know that, but at the same time, that's what it was. So
yeah.
So it kind of fit right in. Like, yeah, maybe that's what it was. They were just afraid that I was doing something wrong.
They didn't see twisted pair wiring was the issue.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't UL approved or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So. But the idea of once again understanding that feeling when you had it, you didn't see it as something that was warding you to danger or anything like that. Just the fact of, well, I shouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, it was just kind of like, move along.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that we all have to be present and ready for, whether we're on an expedition for experience or not. That's a different level of connection. So good for you for having that, Robbin, because it really is important. It's something that whenever I taught junior high and high school kids spirituality and religion, I taught them beyond anything else, beyond any words in this book, learn to feel for that kite string at the back of your belly button. It'll never steer you wrong. Whatever it says to do, just do it.
Yep.
So when you felt like, hey, I shouldn't be here right now, you just left.
Sure.
Instead of pushing it forward, which sure may have led to something else,
Yeah, the initial thought was just stick around, so I did. And finally, actually, I let it go about an hour and a half, and finally just decided, that's it, because it kept getting a little, not stronger, but it was insistent that you need to go, go.
Yeah.
And it was almost like, it's like, hey, get out of here before this happens.
Interesting.
And so I took off. And
wow.
Haven't had that problem since.
Well, and we've got you for another couple minutes. As we move forward here, how do people get a hold of you to research these locations? Is it something that, have you gathered data from groups that have come to you? Do you have yourself like a log of data of things that have happened on location, things like that?
We have some things at Ashmore where people have, usually people don't, a lot of times don't tell you what's going on or what the experiences they had. And honestly, some of the experiences they had, like photos and things like that,
sure,
I wasn't there, so I don't know that that's what happened.
Yeah.
And so I kind of like, it's kind of cool to have, but at the same time, I'm not going to sit there and endorse it because
you weren't there.
I wasn't there, and I'm always fear, especially in today's world, I'm always afraid somebody's going to fake something and know they faked it, and then give it to me, and I sit there and say, this is great, look what they got. And then they turn around and say, we faked that, and he agreed with it.
You deserve a crisp high five for that, Robbin, sincerely, because it's something that we talk on this show all the time about. It's something that we talk about with Curious Research whenever we are out speaking, is the idea of data. proper data, not sensationalized data, not sensationalized evidence. Nothing's evidence till it's checked, double-checked, triple-checked, peer-reviewed. Now we can talk about it being evidence. The words I say all the time on the show are, evidence should clear you in court. Never let it be less than that. If you would not give this to your lawyer to say, this will keep me out of prison for life, it's probably not evidence. It's a really good point of data. And for you, even as a property owner, because you could be collecting books of this stuff. You could have pages on your website of pictures that were taken on site, but you don't know that they came from your location for certain. You don't know that somebody like myself, who is a whiz with Photoshop or with video editing, didn't edit something or something like that and falsely present it to you. So the fact that you are maintaining the reputation of these places by doing so, not sensationalizing them, and once again, you could be making buckets of money rain from investigation groups coming to investigate them by having all of these things.
Sure.
You choose to keep it proper and right, and good for you for doing so. Really, really good for you, because all too many places want to sensationalize it. And there is a property, one of which is being presented today, that numerous people in the paranormal community were like, this thing, like it came out later that this was horrifying, and that these people faked all kinds of stuff to get people to come over and start investigating the property. And now a lot of groups are having to backwalk the evidence that they got on location, things like that. So good for you for keeping that right and real. That is hugely, hugely important, not only to the investigative community, but to you and to the reputation of these properties. So
we're pretty boring fantastic. When we do the walkthroughs. We'll talk about the history location.
Sure.
We hardly ever talk about the paranormal in the location, because I always tell people, they want to know what the hot spots are. Yeah. And I'm like, when you came on the property, that's the hot spot. I have no idea where they're at. Yeah. I'm not sensitive.
They move. The ghost doesn't just hang out in one place waiting for you all day.
And we can't make them tap dance.
Yeah.
And so I tell them, just enjoy the building and let it come to you.
If you could make them tap dance, it'd be a whole different ticket price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like we're going to charge a lot more.
That's kind of what I tell people in the investigative field. Like, I belong to a lot of social media groups, and I see a lot of the same people post 3 times a week in a UFO group about, here's a video I took of and it's like, if you can schedule it on a Wednesday night, why don't you have tickets?
Right.
I'm just curious. Why aren't there tickets to the viewing platform in your backyard if this happens 3-4 nights a week? It's no longer paranormal. It seems pretty normal and scheduled.
Sure.
So the fact that, once again, you are keeping things on the real with this and not sensationalizing things, absolutely awesome.
No, we keep things as honest as possibly ever can.
Absolutely. I want to thank you so much for your time today. It is becoming a very busy day as we sat here. Literally, it has gotten very busy. So I'm going to let you go back to your table. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about the R Theater and where they can go to find out more about Ashmore Estates, Robbin.
Okay. The R Theater, we are no longer doing investigations there.
Okay.
I've had a lot of heart issues when people have done investigations there. So we shut it down.
All right.
And we're not doing it anymore.
Fair enough.
And Ashmore Estates is ashmoreestates.net, or you can check our Ashmore Estates on our Facebook page, or you can give us a call at 217-899-9978, and Ashley will be helping to help you out there.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Absolutely. While you are online, checking out everything from Ashmore Estates and Robbin Terry, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. Curious Realm is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of our interviews from events like this, as well as other events like MUFON Symposium, events all over the country. We will be right back after this quick break with our continuing coverage of Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. We are very happy to be joined by author and researcher Victoria Mundae. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
There are people like yourself that I really only get to see online or at events like this. So It's always great to see familiar faces, familiar researchers. You have a new book out that you were working with a friend of yours. We'll get into the paranormal before we get into Bigfoot, because the Bigfoot I find very interesting with this. But the normal paranormal ghost story, explain to us how that started.
Well, I've been out of high school, as I was telling you earlier, a hot minute, and we're all starting to reconnect, our friends are. And my friend's actually a cryptozoologist. His name's Adam Lima.
Oh, okay.
And so he researches Bigfoot, and he was always giving me, a hard time for doing ghost stuff. And I'm like, well, at least,
Why don't you get into something real, Victoria?
Well, I have a cat. What can I say? But Adam's always giving me crap. He's like, ghosts aren't real. I'm like, you're chasing Bigfoot. Bigfoot can turn around and rip your arms off. I've never seen a shadow come and
get me.
Yeah. Hurt you. So we started talking, and then he finally has come around to accept the paranormal ghost side of things. And so he was writing a book he's connected to other high school friends.
Okay.
And he's like the hub of our little wheel. And he's like, do you have a ghost story you can give me? And I'm like, oh, yeah. So I blah, 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 and tell him a story. I'm like, oh, and did I tell you about the time? Da-da-da-da-da-da. And so he's like, oh, my God. And about 30 stories later, I was like, I'm sorry, did I give you too many? He's like, I just needed one. I'm like, oh, well, here's 30.
Yeah.
So it's most of them are not like an axe murderer is chasing you or anything.
Sure.
Most of the things that I see are with my third eye or I experience are it's just the life still continuing, but it's on the other side, if you want to call it that.
Sure. And that brings up a really interesting point, especially the third eye aspect, Victoria, because something that we talk about on the show regularly is the idea of, I guess, locality before you get on location. The idea of, are you projecting something onto location before you get there?
Yeah.
So frequently in the community, whenever you see people preparing, even Bigfoot investigators, even your buddy, like, are you getting hyped up about the location you're going to, the stories you've heard, the encounters you've heard about? Because are you just polishing the filter through which you're going to look at your data now?
Yeah, are you creating a tulpa?
Yes, exactly. Or are you going in with an open heart, open mind, and just a rote checklist?
Yeah.
I'm ready for my thing. Let's go, and let's let experience happen the way it's going to happen instead of putting something on it before you even get there.
That is exactly the way I do it. I don't consider myself an investigator. I consider myself an experiencer. I intentionally will avoid knowing anything I can.
Good.
Not too long ago, we went to the Magnolia Hotel in Seguin, and I know it's haunted. That's all I know. And so I went in, and I literally would walk around with my hands over my eyes like blinders, and I'd not look at things. And I had a notebook, and I started writing down this. And I had a couple of friends who have been there several times, and they know the stories. And and she's one of them right there. So I was, okay, I'm picking up a name. It's like Emma or something like that. And it was a little girl, and I'm writing all this down. And I see her out of the corner of my eye. Her face is turning red. She's like, there is a little girl named Emma here. I'm like, oh, okay, check. She's here. Let's go on. I would just go to room and tell her the things I was seeing and experiencing and picking up. And she's like, how are you doing that? I'm like, well, I don't know. It's just I'm hearing the voices. I'm seeing the visions.
Yeah.
I'm going in there. I'm usually a high vibration person anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm like, zoom around like a hummingbird. And I think that helps connect to the other realms, because I think they are a higher vibration. Like once you cross over, you move over, and it's a different frequency. My necklace that I'm wearing all has high vibration stones in it too. So when I'm not running around like a crazed hummingbird or something, I keep my
You're still emanating.
Yeah. And so
I'm the same way. I carry a crystal in my pocket for that reason, because I need grounding. Is what I need. Otherwise, like,
I have something for you later.
Every one of these people will drive me crazy all day long, and it's not any of their fault. It's my fault for not being able to filter their energy out.
Right.
And it's interesting because do you ever write things down before you get to location?
Oh, yeah.
Is it ever the fact that explain that real quick, because I do not a lot of remote viewing, but I am involved with the remote viewing community, and that is probably one of my favorite things about the protocols of remote viewing is the self-check.
Yeah.
And I'm getting ready to add into my field observation log a self-check page.
Oh, nice.
Where it's like, let's run through these 5 things together as a group. Like, what was distracting you this week? Like, I got into a fight with my boss at work. Me and my wife got into a fight, and we didn't make up this week. My cat went missing.
Oh.
Like, anything that could possibly pop up as what in remote viewing is called an analytic overlay. Like,
right.
You're putting your situation on top of the data that you're receiving, and you're coloring it in that kind of way. So the idea of having a self-check before you step onto property, or hey, I had these premonitions before I came on the property, So.
I do that. I was actually living in Houston. I was working for, don't tell anybody, I was working for Disney. I know.
They wanted me to. I said no.
They laid us all off once we started Disney streaming thing.
Yep.
So anyway, it was a wonderful experience, and I'm happy that I had it. Anyway, I found remote jobs. And I said, well, there's really no reason for me to stay in Houston because it is just driving me bonkers. There's so much. I'm constantly being bombarded.
Yes.
So I moved to a little bitty country town in the middle of nowhere with less than 10,000 people. I can finally hear. Once I'm able to hear, it's like, no pun intended, the world opened up. It was like, ah.
The water unmuddied really quick, didn't it? Yeah.
And so a friend of mine, I don't know if you know where Cherokee is, Cherokee County.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's way out there. She has, her husband has a large, like 500 acres or something.
Oh, great.
Family homes and stuff, and she was going to clean out the home, and she goes, I think it's haunted. I'm like, oh, okay, I got the cue.
So I see.
I'm drawing things, and so I'm drawing a tree, and it's a barbed wire fence, and there's some dogs there, and then there's the house, and I sketched out the house, and I just drew all this stuff, and this is what I'm picking up. I'm still in my little bitty country town in my office, I don't even know where the house is. And so I'm showing her when we're there, and she's like, how did you know about this? And she's like, oh, my God, the tree. How did you know the dogs stay at this tree? And I was like, well, I saw it with my third eye. But it was there, exactly, the barbed wire, sorry, I'm from Texas.
It's all right, honey.
Barbed wire. Barbed wire. And the house that I drew, it wasn't her farmhouse, but her brother came along, and he was he wanted to see what was going on, and it's like, and I got this house, and it goes down a hill, and there's a little river, and he's like, oh my God, that house used to be here. It was gone. It was built in the 1800s, and it's been gone about 50 years. He has a big oil painting of the house. I'm like,
interesting.
Oh, okay, well, that house energy is still here. I mean, I got everything right, and, it's just once I actually learned to trust myself and the things I was hearing and seeing.
Yeah.
It opened up.
And that brings up, specifically in remote viewing, there is something called outbounder, where you are actively tying into somebody else who is on location.
Oh.
Either in present time or past time. So, like, for example, on the remote viewing cruise, we had an outbounder exercise where somebody had gone to the Philadelphia Museum of Art 3 weeks prior and looked at a piece of art, and our job was to describe the location, the feeling of the location, and what was happening in the piece of art.
Right. That's cool.
And the idea of trying to tie into somebody, the fact that you may have inadvertently tied into this brother and his vision of the painting that was there.
It's amazing. There were so many things. We walked into this one house, and he goes, come back here and tell me what you see. And I start to step in. It was like a root cellar attached to the kitchen. I walked in, and I was like, nope. And I just turned back around, and he's like, why? What's wrong? I was like, there's a little boy. I see him. I drew his picture. He has the dark circles of his eyes like he was beaten and abused.
Oh, man.
I said, his energy is up in the corner. I don't like that. It's just a bad feeling. He was sexually assaulted and killed. And it's like, well, when was this? I'm like, I don't know. But his energy is still here. I walked out and sat down in another room, and I saw he and his sister were whispering. And he came out and goes, yeah, there was a little boy that was sexually assaulted, like,
wow.
1920 or something.
Yeah.
And the fun part is my friend was walking around. She had an ovulus, and she was also walking around recording, and her ovulus said door. And as she was panning her by, she was in the mirror of this one room, and you could see a door behind her, and there was a little boy with big black eyes. I was like, he's here.
Wow.
So that's instant validation for me.
Now, with that being said, how do you filter things? Do you filter things?
No, I don't anymore. It's on overload.
Okay.
But there are ways you can block it, like dragon's blood oil. I use that. That helps with psy-vamps and just overloading, and chocolate, believe it or not, because I think chocolate does ground you. And I'm learning more and more about crystals. And there are crystals that ground you. There are crystals that raise you up. And I think being in this little town where I can actually hear myself think, I think that's helped a lot. I mean, the last 3 years, it's just, I've gone through so much.
Especially certain people, I wouldn't consider myself to be psychic in any way. If anything, I would say I am very emotional and very emotionally connected, like emotively to people. Even whenever I did retreat work, as the kids would walk in the room, I would know the one that I had to talk to that weekend. Yeah. Like I could just immediately feel like, yep, that's the project for the weekend right there. He's the one I need to talk to.
It's funny because I went over, I saw Richard Estep, and I just went over and gave him a little side hug and said, hey, how you doing? And my cue is like, it's a gut punch, like all the air is being sucked out of my stomach. And I went over there, and it's a horrible sound. I'm not even going to try and remake it. And he's like, are you okay? I'm like, you have a ghost by you. You have a spirit over here. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, I don't know who it is, but he's standing right next to you. The
way I always described it to the junior high and high school kids that I taught religion and spirituality to was feel for the kite string. You will feel a distinct almost tug on the back of your belly button.
That's it. That's exactly.
And just listen. It may mean you're supposed to be there. It may mean you're supposed to leave. Whatever it means for you, listen. Doesn't matter what your friends say. If your friends say you're crazy, you probably don't need those friends. But you need to listen to that little voice when it happens, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it when it happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's been happening more and more. I think the more I listen to myself and the more I trust, and the more I stay away from humans.
Well, it's funny that you say that, though, because I'm from Houston myself.
Oh, well, we understand.
The West Side. And it wasn't, and I loved my town. I loved it. I was from the Spring Branch area. Used to drive into downtown to run Sound at Last Concert Cafe 3-4 times a week. I loved that town. Loved the Montrose, all kinds of things. It was not until I went to Mamou, Louisiana, the very, very small red light town that my family's from, to take care of my cousin Ricky. His senior year in high school, his mother was sick in Houston with cancer at MD Anderson.
I used to work at MD Anderson.
I went to Louisiana to take care of him, and it wasn't until I started bringing him home to Houston to see his mom, things like that, that I started noticing up around the state line in Orange that, like, my knuckles would start getting white and my stomach would start turning and things like that. And it was literally just the stress of that town.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything else. When I moved to Portland, Maine, it was not like that.
No.
Boston wasn't like that for me. I now live just outside of Austin in Cedar Park, and it's not the same as it was in Austin for me.
Yeah, I think there are places that are energetically charged.
Yeah.
Because, we have so much Native American history here. Who knows what was here before, the settlers were here.
Yeah.
And it's here. It's on the land, and it stays. And if you're sensitive and in tune, in the little town I live in, there are elementals, and I see them all the time. And I'm right off the Chisholm Trail, and I'll be driving along, I'll be zoned out, and I'll look over, and there'll be like herds and herds of cows and cowboys, and I'm like, well, okay, they're not supposed to be there.
Interesting.
So, and you do the double blink, and they're gone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Now, when you say elementals, let's explore that for a second, because that's a topic that many people may not be familiar with. What do you mean by elemental?
They are, to me, they are energies A lot of them are earth energies, like water.
Sure.
They're nature spirits, maybe nature fairies that have never been incarnated into a human body. So it's that just like an energy that spins around and stuff. And you can feel when they're there, you can, I don't know really how to explain it, but you can tell that they're, like when I'm near the river, the energy just shifts a little bit, and you know, and you see things out of the corner of your eyes because the rods and cones and everything. And you're like, what was that over there? There was nothing over there, but it was, you know. And so, I'm not one of those persons that have the gadgets and the gizmos. I go more for my intuitive things, but my friends do, you know. And I'll tell them, oh, there was something that was just right there, and they're like, well, my equipment's not picking it up. Yeah. And then a few seconds later, their REM pods will go. Meep. I'm like, well, I told you. Just listen to me. I am a human REM pod, so.
Now, with that in mind, especially, how does detection work for you? When once again, you may start getting premonitions about a location days before you go on site, things like that. Walk us through a typical on-site experience for you. How do you begin taking the information in? How do you process it? How do you externalize it?
It's basically scrying is what it is.
Okay.
You disconnect and you reconnect to another realm or dimension. Energy. You reconnect to another energy. That's when I first learned how to astral travel. I grew up in an abused home, and that's the best way to do it is you disconnect. And you're not in your body anymore. I don't know if someone came and taught me that, or if that's just something I taught myself over the years. Or but scrying is real easy. It's the same thing. You for me personally, I just look up in my head and concentrate on what's up there, and the messages come through. You hear them, you see them, you feel them. Over there at my little table, my friend Sarah and I are over there, and our mothers like to keep popping in, and so I'm like, Sarah, your mother's here. Yeah.
Well, and I asked that question because I think a lot of people, especially when it comes to the world of mediumship, things like that, expect very much the Hollywood aspect of a medium.
No.
You know, and it's one of those like that. That's not really the way most mediumship works. It's one of those that, once again, it's not like you have to get into a rote state or put yourself into a state of blissful meditation or something like that. Even with remote viewing. Yeah. You know, whenever I talk about it, I speak to the fact that it is very counterintuitive for a lot of people, because I practiced ecstatic prayer. I was a Roman Catholic seminarian at one point. Yeah. So the idea of ecstatic prayer being connected to something else while I'm praying is not foreign.
Right.
But it's something different to drop into that state of connected prayer than it is for me to remote view. Right. Whereas I'm trying to do that Zen Buddhist meditation of like losing connection to the outside world, shutting things down, getting to a point of hyper laser focus. That's not the goal of that.
No.
The goal of remote viewing and even of mediumship is really the opposite.
Exactly.
And the way I put it typically is, instead of teaching the monkey brain to be quiet, you want to give the monkey brain a typewriter.
Free reign.
And you want it to just go.
Yeah, I have a friend who's like, I wish I was like you. I wish I could hear things and see things. I'm like, you are like me. You can. And she goes, I can't control it. I'm like, that's what you need. You need to let go of control. You have to have faith. You have to have trust.
Yes.
And
well, that's an important part, especially the release of control, because I think a lot of people get very tied in. Even the idea of prayer. It's like, well, you put it in a box now, and if it doesn't fit in that exact box of definition of what you prayed for, like, it may have manifested 20, 30 times, but you're only looking at what's inside this box of definition you gave.
Yeah.
It may have been answered 85 different ways. It just wasn't in the way you expected.
Exactly. My logo is actually think outside the box.
Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. One of the things I heard that I've been trying lately is, like, if you want to play the lottery, don't pick your lottery numbers and say, dear God, please let these numbers win. You're supposed to pick the numbers and say, okay, put me on the timeline where these are the winning numbers. It's just a shift.
That's right.
And you have to have faith that you're going to shift. So far, it hasn't worked. But I've gotten 2 numbers, but, I get $1 or $2.
Well, even though when it comes to binary, because there is the idea of associative remote viewing, the idea of, like, being able to pick a binary outcome of something, things like that. And, a lot of things change. A lot of things beyond your control in the world change the outcome of that session, you know? So it may have inadvertently changed somewhere along the quantum timeline from somebody else's decision, not anything that you've done.
Right.
You know?
It's not my time to win the lottery yet.
Yeah, yeah.
It's coming.
And
one day. I've got a money cross on both hands, so.
Well, now, when it comes to seeing people, Victoria, how do you process that? How do you process being able to experience somebody else in a different temporal timeline while in this temporal timeline? And how do you explicate that experience to somebody who needs it explained to them?
A lot of time people don't believe me. They're just like, okay, sure, whatever. But I think there is some sort of connection with water, and I don't know what it is. And it's like I was in this one house, and I was doing the dishes, you know, and I'm zoned out, and I look up, and there's somebody standing in front of me. It scared the bejeebies out of me, and I blink a couple times, and he's gone. A few weeks go by, I'm cleaning the bathroom, I'm in the sink, and I'm cleaning, and I look up in the mirror, and I'm in the house alone. There he is again, and he's just sweet, you know, sweet little guy waving. And so I've learned, what I've been told is that if you're a light worker, if you shine brightly, energies are attracted to you.
Yes.
And so that's the way I'm processing it. I'm just like, oh, hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
And so I'm friendly to them, and a lot of times they keep coming back. My dad passed a few years ago, and he keeps coming back all the time. And I was like, okay, unless you're going to take out the trash or, you know, fix my car or something.
Yeah.
You need to stay away.
I had an experience. It was probably about 3 years ago now. I co-sponsored with the Bigelow Institute, the International Association of Near-Death Studies. I've been to a lot of conferences with psychics, mediums, all kinds of things. I do not think I've ever stepped into a room of people where I felt more kicked in the gut energy. I spent 2 days with a migraine.
Yeah.
Like, I did a day of interviews, then spent like a day and a half with a migraine, got like 3 interviews the next day, and just had to call it. Like, I could not leave my room because the energy was just so thick. It wasn't bad energy. It was great. It was amazing energy. It was just so thick that I could not stop it
a lot
from
of times
coming through to me.
It's hard to emotionally process that.
Yeah.
You have to put up shields and put up bumpers and buffers.
How do you do that? How do you begin to do that?
Well, every time I open the garage door, I say only love and light can enter my house. So, you know, words carry.
Yes.
So only, I have a funny story, but it's too long to tell you. But only love and light can come into my home. And I try and keep that energy. I don't look, when I go on investigations, I don't look for the darkness. I know the darkness is there.
Yeah.
It's not something I want to focus on.
You don't need to validate that.
No, it's like you said, creating a tulpa.
That's right.
I've been places with people, and they're like, oh, they pushed me down the stairs, and then they go flying down the stairs.
Yeah, Freddie's only going to come get you if you talk about Freddie and if you think about Freddie.
So, no, I try and stay positive as I can. I naturally have a very light and bubbly personality.
Yes, you do.
A little freaky or a little weird, I don't know. And I try and embrace that. There is darkness everywhere, and I just don't want to focus on darkness anymore.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And that really is one of the things we speak about regularly on this show is your power of consent in the universe, and especially that idea of our words carry weight in the universe. And I typically bring it right back to spiritual studies and Kabbalah. And the aspect of the teaching in Kabbalah is that you are intricately tied to the Creator because you were breathed into by the Creator.
Right.
So because of that, because the Creator spoke the world into being, we can now speak the world into being. That's why our words hurt. So I could go up and punch my buddy in the gut and be like, "How you been, guy?" And it just passed by. You know, we'd joke about it. He'd probably try to tag me somewhere later. But if I came up and said something about his wife,
no,
that's a different story.
Yeah.
That's a different, and it leads thought patterns down a different path, and it creates energies in a different way.
Yeah.
And those ripple effects happen in the
Definitely.
world. So the idea of focusing on negativity, breeding more negativity, You know, if you choose to focus on happy things and turn everything around to something happy, you'd be surprised how quick really good things manifest in your life with regularity.
Yeah, it's funny.
You know.
Yesterday I was laid off, and instead of going, "Ah," I'm like, okay, what opportunity is going to come my way now?
Yeah.
You better come quickly.
Exactly. What can I do with that time? What other projects can I get involved with? What other things can I do to help other people in the world?
Yeah, I was a writer for, I don't want to say where. Okay, I've done that, check.
Yeah.
Now what can I do?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do something else now.
Precisely. And that's something else, speaking of writing, because we have you for about another 5 minutes. The idea of Bigfoot erotica.
It was
I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated. But it's interesting because, you know, these worlds are worlds in and of themselves. These communities are communities in and of themselves. So the fact that you are writing fiction for these communities is absolutely awesome. What brought you to the point of writing a book of Bigfoot erotica?
It's actually 3 books now.
Oh, yeah.
I have a trilogy out. It was actually a dare. A friend of mine goes, you know,
You can't?
Yeah. Last time I lost a job, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, what am I going to do? And he goes, why don't you write Minotaur erotica? I'm like, what the heck is that? Are you talking like Greek tragedy? I mean, he's like, yeah, that's a thing. I'm like, well, I don't know. Well, what about Bigfoot? I don't know anything about Minotaurs. I'm like, okay, it was a dare, and they're goofy, they're nerdy. I giggle. You know, he's an interdimensional time-traveling Bigfoot, and a female who's loosely based on me, who's had nothing but troubled romances one after another. She's like, I'm through with men, and she's hiking along, and she's like, oh, who's that big guy over there? And it turns out his name's Harry Baxter, and he's a very smart, very intellectual, time-traveling Bigfoot. And so they have a connection instantly, and they have adventures, and then it's a little boom chickie wow wow. And then you have a little bit more adventures and, you know, a little bit more boom chickie. And so the first book, she meets him, they fall in love, and it's a deep connection. It's not always, you know, let's get it on, baby. They have a deep, deep connection.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word, they're soulmates. You know, I don't like that. But twin flames. Let's go with twin flames.
There you go.
So in the next book, Harry comes back to visit her, but the Nephilim show up. And that's probably my favorite book because there is a lot of boom chickie, and then there's the Nephilim. You know, they're just not the nicest people.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of violence in there. And then in the third book, his evil twin brother Carl comes back and meets him, and then there's the struggle there. And so that's as far as I've gotten. And
absolutely awesome. I want to thank you so much for taking the time today. The place has gotten packed and busy.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
This is awesome.
Before we let you go, look at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find you, not only for your books, but for sessions, for work, for location visits, things like that.
Probably the easiest place to connect with me is on Facebook. Send me a message, or I have a Facebook business page. It's Victoria Mundae's Paranormal Activities, because one of the books I write are paranormal activity books. So when you're on an investigation and you need to do a puzzle or something, you can do a puzzle. I also have a website. It's just victoriamundae.com. I'll be honest, I don't look at that much. But you can find all the books on Amazon.
All right. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Oh, it's so nice to see
absolute
you
pleasure
again.
As always. Yeah. While you are online checking out everything from Victoria Mundae and getting your copy of Bigfoot Erotica, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of our episodes. That is also where you can find the Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store and buy your copies of Victoria's books, as well as your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will bring you continuing coverage from the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. We have the absolute pleasure of being joined by, well, literal paranormal cinematographer Benjamin Wolf. He has worked on shows like The Indomitable Ghost Labs from our friends, the Kling brothers, as well as The Haunting of and Paranormal State. So many series involving the paranormal. How did you come to the world of paranormal cinematography to begin with? Because that is a very specific, drilled down niche, Ben.
Yeah, it came to me through when I was living in New York City. There was a production company that had discovered the guys at Penn State University, Ryan and his team of because Ryan had been hosting some paranormal conferences as a college student and had started to get some notoriety as far as bringing people together to talk about ghosts. So they thought it would be a good idea for a show because he had a paranormal research team at the college as a student group. And they went on a couple hunts with them and thought that there was something there. So I was known to them as somebody in the New York area that was pretty creative, and they reached out and said, would you be interested in filming a ghost show? And I said, absolutely. I mean, that show was, we're talking 15, 20 years ago now when that was starting out. And it really seemed to me maybe Ghost Hunters was around as one of those original shows.
Yeah.
And so these guys, we came at it from a much more visually kind of cinematic approach. And I thought, why does ghost hunting mean you've got to throw on an infrared lens? Why does every ghost hunt need to be green and grainy and hard to sort of decipher what's happening? And it just seemed like a gimmick. I thought every high school AV club can compete at this technical level, right? Why don't we're professionals, why don't we try to put a few lights around? And maybe ghosts aren't going to come out if it's dark, was some people's theory. Like, it needs to be dark to attract a ghost. And what I feel is that the dark raises our energy, and the ghost might be attracted to our energy. We're more stimulated being in the dark. We're feeling more vulnerable, and that might be it. But if we're trying to create the energy to attract the ghost, it doesn't need to be dark. People see shadows and spirits and hear noises.
That's right.
At any point. So we need to create an environment to attract that, not necessarily dark lighting, so infrared lens. So we started to use lanterns and, put some lights outside of the house if we were investigating. So you had windows that were lit or shadows that came through, and I just sort of put lights on the floor so things were uplighting, because you're often filming 360 degrees and you don't want to break that wall of, there's a light over there, it's got to be fake. So we made it look more cinematic. And they were, at that point, the paranormal team in Penn State were very young. They weren't seasoned investigators. So they kind of grew up on that show along with us as we created our style of filming. Yeah. And, I think that the tone that we set visually set that show apart from the shows that were just like the two plumbers that are, kind of in their conference room and using the infrared lens. So I think it created some drama. It made it feel a little bit, not to put too much Hollywood on it, but like a horror movie, and it made it scary. And then the content of that series, and you've been around the paranormal enough, but the content was a very angels and demons kind of approach. It was like the Catholic Church has the longest established history of hunting paranormal, so we're going to follow that rule book. And that was their choice. I mean, we're really felt like we're making a documentary about this paranormal
group of
team.
People.
We're not telling them what to. They chose the cases. They were, we were paying, the production company was paying for travel and stuff, so we didn't go far.
That's hugely important to bring up, because a lot of people do not understand the way a reality show is made. the fact that, yes, there is some production as far as, okay, so we're going to this location. What's the overall story of the location that we're trying to portray? But it's different than what evidence are we trying to put forth from this location?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the one area that we would contribute was in some of the historical research. Like these guys would not always have the time to analyze all the evidence and to go back through the archives and look at stuff. So we would occasionally offer them support in the archives. And but they would do that too, and they had their own tech equipment. We didn't set them up. We're like, here, this is what you guys are going to use to try to, catch evidence. So they had their stuff, and we supported them. And I think that got me realizing how creative this field is for visual work, that if you're interested in filming TV shows, there you don't go in and turn all the lights on and it's not in a studio and you're on location and it's a natural environment. Why not have some fun with playing light and dark? And so that was a big appeal.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, setting forth that aspect of letting a team choose which investigations they're going to go on instead of a production company grooming that list of things like, no, we're going to go to this spot because they have a huge commercial draw. We're going to go to this spot because they've been featured on 3 or 4 other shows by the Travel Channel. Right. Things like that. That I think that's what a lot of production companies go wrong in this field.
They try to package it all, like let's make this sanitized version of and the team's not as motivated, right?
Well, and unfortunately, even whenever I've had the Kling brothers on to talk with them about their experience, eventually they got out of the field because like people are, something's not happening. It's like, you act like we're going to find something at every single investigation.
Right.
It doesn't work that way.
Right.
You may whiff 95% of the investigations and get absolutely nothing. So really the question comes to bear as far as you go, not only cinematographer but producer, how do you coalesce that continuously into an interesting episode that keeps people coming back?
Yeah, I think for me the approach is being honest and being transparent with them, because there definitely was some tension with the team early on, for example, of using psychics, because they, like I said, were young investigators. They weren't getting necessarily a lot of evidence, and we needed something for the audience to sort of
tie together with.
Yeah, so we needed psychics to come in and offer some impressions, often connecting the historical data or, picking up stuff that was related to evidence, an EVP or something that the team might have gotten. But it couldn't be like a TV psychic. It had to be a psychic that felt like they were there to support this investigation. So we ended up falling in love with Chip Coffey. Chip Coffey turned out to be great for TV. He got the trust of the team, and they were able to kind of use him, feel like he could contribute. But he was never considered part of their paranormal club. I mean, he wasn't one of their investigators, but in a pinch, we would fly him in. He was our expense. We would bring so things like that, like using a psychic, because TV needs a little more information than a couple of 20-year-olds that are just sort of figuring out how to do EVPs. And so those are the things. But I feel like with an open dialogue, and I mean, Paranormal State's a sort of a specific case. It was extremely popular, and we all know that Ryan ended up having some of his own struggles as the show got successful, because he wanted to control it, and TV likes to control their part too. So it sort of was a lot of push and pull with him, and I think eventually struggled. The show suffered from his trying to hold too tight to stuff.
Well, and there is that definite 38 special hold on loosely aspect to all of it, because even when it comes to data, we were having a great conversation earlier at your table about the idea of data versus evidence.
Yeah.
I say it on my show regularly, like, evidence is what you should give your lawyer to keep you out of prison. Never let it be anything less than that. Ever. Everything else is data. And that data field may be wide, it may be varying, but every point of datum that comes into that data set makes a difference. It makes a difference how it's collected, how you get it in the field, how you chronicle the getting of that data in the field. Because even your videotaping of somebody's meter, can be either taken the wrong way or taken out of place.
Yeah, I thought you had a really good point about that, where you were saying collect your data on your investigation, put it away for a little while, and then come back to it, and then have it be fresh, because your impressions of
Absolutely.
everything are influencing it.
Even whenever I ran sound for bands and gave 3-4 bands a DVD at the end of the night of like, here's your stage set. Do not watch this when you get home. Not tonight, not tomorrow. Wait till like Tuesday at rehearsal. Give yourself like 3-4 days so you were coming at it, because otherwise you're going to rip yourself to shreds.
Yeah.
It was always funny after 2 or 3 DVDs to see the bassist like, I don't need a microphone. Like, I'm good. Because eventually they'd be like, see, I told you were like that on stage. You never believed me till you saw it on footage.
I even think about that sometimes when people were talking about looking for water on the moon, right?
Yeah.
They would look at the moon and they'd say, I see these craters, they must be canals. There's ancient, because I want there to be water on the moon.
Yeah.
So that's a canal formed by water. Like, no.
It's the idea of when your only tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Like eventually it's going to get smashed is what's going to happen, because that's how you know how to use that tool.
Yeah.
And when it comes to that, especially with a young group of investigators who are growing, how did that realm of technology change over the seasons? How did their comfortability and even your comfortability with trusting the technology come to change over those seasons?
Yeah, I think one of a couple things evolved for sure. One is that they wanted to do more infrared lens. And so, over time we agreed that we would investigate for, 2 nights, and one could be IR and green, and one could be more cinematic. So we sort of found a middle ground. Another was that early on we thought an investigation meant you sit quietly in a circle and nobody moves, and we learned to evolve that now you can walk around and you can sort of antagonize or generate energy in different areas, and it can. So the things got a lot looser with the investigating, and everybody was comfortable with that. So those were fun things that as we understood that ghosts can manifest at any point, or noise can come. It's not like we all have to create a seance environment where we sit quietly and just really ask a question and a light flashes, or we ask for some feedback. So those were some big things, and I think that those guys. I don't know. There's so many theories in paranormal, but one of them is that the more you go after energy, the more energy becomes aware of you, especially if you're in this angel and demon realm,
the poking
like the
and prodding aspect.
Yeah. So like if they know if there is demonic energy or negative energy out there that's not really confined to what it was doing in life. If it's not a mom and pop energy that was once alive and is stuck in a place or has a unresolved issue it's trying to finish before it moves on, but it's ancient darkness that's just sort of looking for a foothold in somebody that's got a weakness and trying to get it to do harm to themselves or others, that if you're pursuing that kind of energy, if you keep going to homes where people feel that energy is present, that energy will become aware of you, and you'll start to have complications in your life, or things will start to...
That's when things get attached to you when you leave property, stuff like that. Because, hey, why would I stay here waiting for energy when this dude's ready to just give it to me?
Yeah.
I'm just going to backpack along with him and head on home.
Yeah.
And that's literally something that we just talked to Victoria Mundae about just a few minutes ago as you came up and saw us sitting down. That was part of our conversation because she is a psychic medium. And it's like, how do you keep that from happening? And the only way you keep that from happening is by reassuring yourself all the time, positive, 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 positive.
Yeah.
You cannot delve into the negative. It's not even a possibility for you.
Yep.
Because if you do, negative may very well start happening.
Yeah, so as that show got into some harder cases, and we would bring priests in and we would do exorcisms. We would we're wearing blessed St. Michael's medals. We're getting holy water thrown on us. We're learning our Latin prayers.
Were you brought up Roman Catholic by chance?
My mom was Catholic. My dad was not. So half of my youth was...
Former seminarian for the church.
Wow, bravo.
And you know, the world of exorcism always fascinated me. I don't think I would have ever been called to the school of exorcism, which has been reopened, oddly enough, in Rome.
Wow.
Where did you fall on that as it happened? Like emotionally, psychologically, how did that sit with you as it happened? Where it's like, wow, okay, things are about to possibly get real.
Yep.
here's a dude with a collar and an aspergus in holy water, and I'm wearing a medal just in case.
Yeah. It freaked me out initially, for sure.
Okay.
I was just like this. I've always understood, like I watched The Exorcist as a kid, and I was terrified.
One of my top 3 movies.
Amazing, right? Absolutely, the top horror film on my list.
Absolutely.
And I was just like, things could go south here at any point. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a student of this. I'm the TV guy, so I can try to document this. But if things get serious, what do we do? Do we all just flee? Do we keep filming? Do we, put up GoPros in the corner and just leave? Like, what's going to help? What's going to support this? How can we? Clearly, we're working with an individual that's suffering, and we're just like, how can we alleviate some of this suffering?
Yeah.
And can we be an interruption to whatever this force has been putting on this person? So it's to think it can happen immediately. It can feel like you're able to stop some of this whatever loop that they're in, but the person needs to change their patterns and their habits outside of that.
That is the biggest part of it. I own the Roman ritual, like Latin on the left, English on the right.
Wow.
And as you get to the end of that, that is the discharge for the priest and for the confessed, because it happens under the seal of confession. Exorcism does. So that is the last charge from the priest to the afflicted, is like, you need to be spiritually strong. Whatever God, you need to be close to them.
Wow.
You need to remember this.
Yeah.
How did that sit with you as things happened?
So,
Did you feel as though any of the sessions that you were involved with were A, genuine, B, that some kind of relief was offered to the afflicted person?
Yeah. I did feel they were genuine. There were moments that are inexplicable to me, that things, one gentleman, vomited during the experience and just had to purge, and just luckily we had a bucket nearby, but it was the experience was so intense for him that, he released the negativity in him. Another was a woman who we had to return to her home another time. It's a well-documented case because I Am 6 on Paranormal State with the Mooney family in Quincy, Illinois. But the oppression and there was some sense that, I don't know, they were calling it maybe a perfect possession, where the person is almost embracing it in a way, and they try and crack that connection.
There is a very distinct difference with possession and obsession. When it comes to demoniac possession, and that point of demoniac obsession where somebody has willingly given their free will over, be it through addiction, what have you, where they have started this uncharacteristic path, and as it gets darker and darker, they embrace it because it is giving them their end result of what they want. That spirit, what have you, is getting them to their end result, be it through addiction. Once again, what have you. Find a lot of this exposure specifically to demoniac obsession comes through addiction.
Interesting. This one, I think with that story in Quincy was the young woman's health was compromised. She had suffered from an illness, or still does, Marfan syndrome, and that made her vulnerable. So it wasn't necessarily,
I'll do anything to make this pain end. That moment of bargain.
But it felt like we did have a positive impact there. It just felt
that's
like
beautiful.
It doesn't always seem like there's a moment where you sense the energy's gone. But they can sense the next day that they slept through the night, that they are able to eat a decent meal,
have an alleviation of the oppression,
and then it's the next day and the next day, right? It's like recovery. You're just like, every day gotta.
It's like one day at a time.
Stay in the light.
One day at a time. And kind of that Jerry Garcia aspect of, I'm an addict. I'll be an addict till the day I die. The only question is whether or not I use today. Like the only question is whether or not I step foot back into that darkness. And let myself get to that point of despair again.
And for me to just have psychics pick up like the name Beelzebub, or to come up with that these characters are here. We had a group of 6. There's like the I Am Legion, I Am 6 crowd that was of demons that were sort of oppressing Laura. And so, just like when that stuff starts to pop up, like I've trust these psychics. We've worked with them a bunch. This is all pretty serious. Clearly the family's distressed. Things that are happening to this girl are not anything of explanation.
Yeah.
So to find like there's ancient biblical energy that's out there trying to create chaos in the world, and if it can find purchase and some vulnerability, it just pings around on all of us. And if we're in a weak moment and it can just sort of be the demon on your shoulder, you get the angel and the devil.
It's creepy to think that there is something there that is poking and prodding and looking for that moment of consent, Ben.
Yeah, so
I've got goosebumps right now just thinking about it. Because
that's what the shows showed me, that is actually a reality. I was like, I didn't know.
Did that change you spiritually in any way? Have you followed a spiritual path in a different way since?
I definitely find God in nature, and I moved to Colorado, and I spend a lot of time in the mountains now. So I find that if I can get out among the forest up in the high alpine, and that I can find peace. And it felt like going to work was a dark spot for a while, for sure. Work felt heavy.
I'll bet.
And we're like, this is not a normal day. And I do a lot of crime work, TV too.
Yeah.
Like I hear really horrible cases, and I just feel like that stuff is different than what was going on with these dark paranormal cases.
And like I'm pretty involved with the remote viewing community. I'm very good friends with Lim Buchanan from the Stargate remote viewing program. And he says it all the time, even in his classes. Like, you think you want to be somebody who finds missing children. You think that until they start renting your headspace. Until those things start encroaching on your life on the regular.
Yeah, because it's not like you turn off the camera and
the thought is gone.
No. I mean, one of the series I've been doing is In Pursuit with John Walsh, which is it's essentially the America's Most Wanted model, but it's on Discovery Channel.
Sure.
And so we work on unadjudicated cases that have an active fugitive.
Oh, wow.
And through his advocacy, his family's created the Center for Missing and Exploited Children called National Center, NCMEC.
Yep.
And his son Callahan runs the Florida office. And I go out in the field with Callahan. We're not fugitive hunting. We're checking in on the case to get the audience to call in tips. That's always been their motto.
Absolutely.
But NCMEC has drawn the cases more into these child abuse cases. So we go to work every day and we hear somebody talk about how they were abused or their kids were abused, or and the abusers fled somewhere, and we're trying to find them. And it was like at church, or it was, as we know, people that want to hurt children often put themselves in a position of trust.
That's
with children. And so they'll be the
teaching police officers, firemen. It's horrifying.
Yeah. So all that in there too. So I mean, sort of my fault, right? I want to be a documentarian at heart, and I just like stuff that's kind of gritty and compelling. But it's a lot to carry around.
Well, it is a lot to carry around, and it really does become kind of a burden of knowledge at some point.
Yeah. I have a friend who's doing a podcast now about should TV shows like that have sort of mental health.
A therapist on hand.
Like,
absolutely.
Hollywood.
That's no different than on a movie set.
They have an intimacy coordinator.
Yeah, like this scene made me feel some really deep things that I thought I lost connection with. I should really talk about them before the next scene.
Yeah.
The
other thing we would do is we would all gather as the crew, not necessarily always the investigators. They were their own team, but the TV production people would get together at the end of the night, and we would just all just decompress together and just give each other a little support and, tell each other that, okay, that was intense, but we're all right.
Well, and it's one of those things we talk about it with UAPPD out of Arizona. The idea of first responders, man, and what they have to go through and what they have to hold inside.
Absolutely.
The things, especially showing up to somewhere and even having a paranormal experience themselves as they show up on site, like, they can't just tell that to their commanding officer most of the time. Like, they will lose a badge. They'll lose a 20-year hard-earned career.
Right.
If they're like,
so
when I showed up, this weird thing happened, or I responded to a call about this weird thing, and there was really this weird thing.
Yeah.
So even the stigma of that and where it sits, like, our show, one of the big missions that we have is human trafficking.
Oh, wow.
And, buddy, that is one that over the last 8 years has gotten so thick and so real. It was one of those that even whenever I took it on, it was like, wow, this is, like, the more you dig into this, like, this is not down the road. Like, this is in everybody's backyard. From labor trafficking. Good Lord, one of the things we talk about whenever we have Radical Empathy Education Foundation talking about it is, are you an intern? Are you being labor trafficked right now while you're in college as an intern?
Wow.
You know, like just they're working like 20, 30 hours a week with zero pay for experience. Like, be wary of that. Be wary of that, because most of that is labor trafficking.
Yeah.
You know, like it gets disturbing when you start going down the rabbit hole of how closely these things are connected.
That's great you guys have latched onto that issue. And I certainly see through the In Pursuit show and through Nick Mick is that, social media has made it so easy for kids to be victims. And so, I mean, the trafficking of more human or sex trafficking is not as much labor, but is it's getting more prevalent. So I'm glad you guys are taking a stand.
Well, it's once again one of those things, until you start looking into it, until you start documenting it and talking to people about it, it's like you do not realize exactly how common this is. Much like paranormal experiences. Right. You really don't realize how common a paranormal experience is till you step into a family household and start interviewing people, and like 8 out of 10 people in the family, even outside of that location, have had a paranormal experience. Like the way that these things run in bloodlines, stuff like that. It's fascinating.
I used to find, too, that it was often the loss of a loved one that would get people to sort of open up to that more. They would be grieving them. They'd be looking for a sign. They would sort of notice a butterfly on a windowsill and say, oh, that's my mom coming to visit me, or whatever it was. There was ways of people wanting to connect at those very intense moments of loss and grief. But the way when you come to the convention like these that are so fun is that everybody can let their freak flag fly, as in a way, we can just all not have to hide that we can talk about aliens and use Bigfoot and
be okay with it, and be okay with
it's
it.
Just like, this is our people.
And we may disagree on a couple points, but
for sure.
One of the conversations we were having earlier, and I want to kind of wrap this with this idea, is that idea of want of confirmation married with cognitive dissonance. You know, how hard is that to fight on set? How hard is that to fight when you're there doing things? Because once again, you are not going to find something at every location you go to film. How do you approach the family who's been in this situation, who's had these experiences? Because you never want to discount somebody's experience.
So true.
You know, even on my show, it's like, scientifically, I want more things in red circles, because that's how we figure out the known quantitative. You know, that's how you leave only anomaly. Let's find more of the known quantitative, but you have to be willing to accept what somebody found in that red circle, you know, who's had like 20, 30 years behind the lens that, well, you know, I could explain that pretty easily with light aberration, lens, all kinds of things. How do you...
I know, you want to... The audience... If, like in the paranormal state sense, the family wants validation that what they've been experiencing is real. If it doesn't appear to the team while they're there, the psychics don't pick up on it, how do you gently let them down? I think often for us it was the circumstance that it didn't happen here for us at this point. It may be happening for you. We need to do more time. We don't have that time right now. So keep in touch with the team or develop your own technique of trying to capture evidence to show us that there's more evidence. And so that's one thing with like Ghost Lab, right? There often wasn't a client. They didn't, we would go to historic haunted locations and try to find residual energy, or it would be in an old insane asylum or an old prison and just see if there was anything that was sort of trapped there. So those guys were much more about the science of it. So it was easier in a way that you didn't have to have those meetings with the client to say, sorry, your house is really haunted or is not really haunted. For us, I think it's TV wants a little beginning, middle, and end, and you want to leave feeling like you accomplished something there. So at the very least, we would create a ritual of either smudging or putting oils on or burying something that we thought would give back to the space if it had been disturbed. So it's complicated. I don't know that there's a simple answer for how for a TV show to sort of resolve an investigation when you don't get a lot of evidence. But
well, even just the idea of psychologically, explaining to somebody and saying, hey, what we've found here does not remove your experience.
Yeah.
Nobody's trying to say your experience never happened.
Right.
Like even my experience that led me to the seminary, it's one of those, should anything ever be proven in my life that removes that moment, nothing will ever remove the way that moment made me feel and the way that moment catalyzed me and moved me down the path in my life.
And you're a good logic person, and you sort of appreciate that stuff. So there's a way where you sometimes can see how hysteria and emotion create some of these experiences.
Totally intertwined. Yeah. Totally intertwined. Absolutely. Because once again, faith is a very deep thing. I blame, even watching the cult show that I was telling you about before we started, that my buddy filmed.
Yeah.
My wife's like, I do not get this. And I'm like, I do. Because there are things in my life that, like, you will never tell me that I did not bilocate. You will never tell me you did.
Amazing.
You may show me that I have, like, petit mal seizures.
Amazing.
Awesome. That may explain what happened that day in that church, but it doesn't change the way it made me feel, and it doesn't change my experience at that moment.
Wow.
Yep. So yeah, that faith is something that you carry with you, and even yourself, like you said, you are statically changed from the way that you were prior to filming these shows to now,
opened my eyes,
even in your own faith.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you so much for the candid time today. It was absolutely amazing, Benjamin. Thank you so much. Where can people go to follow your work? Where can they go to keep up with the latest series, everything else? Right there at the camera. Let them know. Shameless self-promotion time.
It's the life of a freelancer. I bounce around. I'm currently on a home renovation show, so it's really not all ghost and crime. There's some time you just need to take some time off of the deep content.
Sometimes you just need a paycheck, man.
Yeah, but another way that I stay healthy and well is my wife and I started a mushroom supplement company. So
beautiful.
We love that, that's not quite waving garlic at a Dracula, but, at a vampire, but it's a good way to have your immune system stay up and to have inflammation go down and your brain to stay alert. So West Wolf Medicinals is definitely a shameless plug for the mushroom products. And
awesome.
I have a website, just my name, benjaminwolf.com, but I don't update it regularly, sorry to say. But you can find me. I'm around, definitely, and always open to hear about new projects.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the time today. It was more than enjoyable. It was great sitting and eating dinner with you guys last night.
Yeah.
Fantastic conversation today.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely. While you are online checking out everything from Benjamin Wolf, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of the episodes and our live coverage from events such as the Lonestar Paracon. It's also where you can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log. If you are an investigator in the world of paranormal, cryptozoology, UFO, UAP, that is your in your pocket data log for everything you experience in the field, so that your data is ready to shake hands with science come the day it needs to do so. When we come back from this quick break, we will continue with our live coverage of the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas, right after this, folks.
Thanks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. We are very, very pleased to be joined back once again at a Lonestar Paracon by our good friend Greg Lawson. Welcome back to the show,
up, man. It's good to be here.
You
Thanks.
are recently retired from the Travis County Sheriff's Department.
Right.
Congratulations on that.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your many, many years of service. Law enforcement has a near and dear place in my heart when it comes to paranormal experience, when it comes to paranormal investigation, because only here recently has it become the fact that somebody with a badge on their chest might even be able to tell their chief that, like, hey, something happened while I was out there. Like, as much as people in the UFO UAP community have been upset with Arrow, the all-domain anomaly reconnaissance office, things like that. The one thing I have said again and again on this show is thank God it was made, because now there is at least a unified form of reporting within the federal government, and B, the fact that you can report within the federal government without fear of reprisal, of losing a 20-year career in the sky, them taking your pilot's license from you, things like that, or even taking a 20-year military career.
Yeah.
So the fact that that is now being brought to the world of law enforcement as well. We're very good friends with UAPPD out of Arizona, and that's a big part of their thing is first responders. How did you deal with that with so many years on the force, Greg?
Well, first I didn't care.
Okay.
There was a part of it is like, your badge, your logo or your sigil or whatever it is, it says honor, courage, honesty, all this stuff, all these great things. But when I tell you the truth, you don't like that. So there's a real problem in law enforcement as far as that goes. There has been a real problem in, commercial pilots and all that stuff. So, I tell people, even in law enforcement, because where I ended up working in law enforcement, I was a director of training for the academy. So I was overseeing all curriculum, all the training, all the instructors, all, everything, all the certifications. And there's a huge liability on that when you're doing
massive liability, Greg.
And so I would have people come up and knock on my door, and sometimes I know these people, sometimes I don't. We had a very large agency, and they would come in and go, "Hey, Lieutenant, can I talk to you for a minute?" And I'm like, "Sure, what's going on?" And he goes, "And mind if I close the door?" And I'm like, okay. Here we go. They close the door. It's either going to be about an internal affairs investigation, they don't know, how to handle or what's going on, or it's going to be they saw me a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And so we would sit there and I would hear these stories. Now, I did my undergrad in psychology until the end, and I realized I really don't want to hear your problems. So I didn't think I was going to be a good psychologist.
I'm with you.
I'm like, okay, take a shower, get up, eat a breakfast, go back to work, man. There's nothing you can do about it. Don't hang on to this. Do your best. Push through. And so then find out a lot of these things that a lot of cops experience could be a manifestation of post-traumatic stress.
Sure.
It could be all that,
sure.
Right? I had one guy, and he doesn't mind me talking about this. He wouldn't want me to give his name. But he came in and talked to me at length. He's an old SWAT guy, an old homicide detective. And when he goes to bed at night, he started noticing this, and he would tell his wife, and it freaked his wife out really bad, but there was a little girl that stood in the corner of the room. When you turn the light off, she's there. Turn the light back on, she's not there. He's like, oh my God. So he tells his wife. His wife's freaking out. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So he kind of tried to work through this with his family, and they were not supportive at all. They were like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And so he came and talked to me about it. And if he went to a psychologist, we could go through his background and say, okay, these are the things that have led you to have these experiences, because they would, assign it back to PTSD.
Your divergent memory
Sure.
going on, things
Absolutely.
like that.
And so, when we talked about it, I often just fall back on Eastern psychology, because I have a real problem with a lot of the Western psychology and the medications and everything.
Totally.
Eastern psychology is, you tell your story maybe once. You don't do it every week with your psychologist for 2 years, and they put you on anxiety medication. They don't do that. And so in Eastern psychology, you tell your story maybe once, and whoever's talking with you will explore that. But ultimately, they will say, okay, I'm sorry that happened to you. This is who you are now.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with it?
What's your next step?
Right.
Yeah, let's process that, because we can't do anything. We can't unring the bell.
No.
You can't unring the bell.
No.
But you can worry about the repercussions of that bell and what moves forward. And where do you move from here with this new understanding?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How are you going to help your family? How are you going to help your coworkers? How are you going to, it seems to me that, I know this is true. When people sit and ruminate about their problems, it just doesn't get better.
No, it doesn't.
Even if doing something about it, you can possibly do something about it, take some steps or something. But one of the things is just dropping everything at the couch, getting up and going to exercise, walk in the park, or volunteer to go help somebody else.
That's right. Crisp high five. Right. Absolutely. Get out of yourself and go help somebody else. You'd be surprised how much it helps you.
It really does, man.
Yeah.
And so, with a lot of the stresses that like law enforcement and especially military go through, and then they have these experiences, it almost complicates the issue. Because like let's say you're a normal person, you don't go to family disturbances every day, you don't see dead babies, you don't have these horrible things. You're just a normal person, and you have a Bigfoot experience, a shadow person experience, a UFO experience. It's a much cleaner investigation.
Yep.
But when you have this other baggage that comes along with it, then you have to cull out.
Absolutely.
Is this a psychology kind of thing, or is this an experiential thing?
Well, and that brings up something that we bring up regularly whenever we talk about law enforcement, especially law enforcement in relation to this field, and that's the fact of if you are a party whatsoever at any point in your career to hand on a pistol removal from a holster, you are going to go see a therapist.
Yeah.
You will go see a therapist.
Yep.
Not if you had an experience on the job.
No.
Not if you had an experience. Not if you walked in and it was like, whoa, what these crazy people called about. And 911 was like, listen, man, like, they are utterly hysterical. Can you just make a well check and stop by? And then you've had an experience. There's nothing for you.
No.
There's nothing.
Not at all.
And that's kind of frightening, Greg.
So I worked 32 years at the sheriff's office, and in 32 years I had 14 people that I worked directly with, just like you and I are working right now, that committed suicide.
Yep. It is amongst our servicemen and law enforcement, it is a rampant issue.
And when you look at the fact that administrators say, oh, we have a psychologist, we have counselors, we have, all these things, you just, if something happens, come to that. Everybody knows if you do that, you're going to have problems with your administration. They're going to the psychologist. And that is, it's such a hypocritical way of doing things, because the administrators are typically administrators not because they want to be leaders of men and women. They don't want to work the street.
Yeah.
They don't want to go to the family disturbances and do the real job.
That's right.
So they promote to get out of that, and then they sit up there and judge everybody else. And it's a very dysfunctional
I can
thing.
see how that could be a bit of a broken system in and of itself.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, you're caring for broken people.
Yep.
Even within the shield, You're caring for broken people. And I think a lot of people forget about that whenever an officer of the law either pulls them over, comes to their house, what have you, is the fact of, like, there is a person behind that.
Yeah.
And their concerns come from the exact same place that any person in this room come from, you know?
Right.
And when it comes to the paranormal especially, how you deal with that is a different world. And it's always fascinated me because I've known quite a few law enforcement people in my life, and the way that they are able to compartmentalize. It reminds me a lot of my training in the seminary and the compartmentalization that I learned of hate the sin, love the sinner.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
No. Like, I still have to be there for that person when they come to me. And even though I know they're probably not going to listen to my advice, I still have to be there for them on Sunday, pastorally.
Yes.
You know, and that can be hard. It can be hard when you make the same well visit to a house 3 times a month for 3-4 months, you know. But, sure, man, it definitely leads you to a different perspective of looking at the world, Greg.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that there is a really, really unique, if we were able to peel back some of the veneer coating those badges, I think we would really, really hit a beautiful human point of understanding of a lot of these things and the psychology of a lot of it.
Yeah, that's the real unfortunate part, is that if officers bring forward problems, they get pulled off duty, they get their gun taken from them, they put them on light duty, then they run them through these batteries of tests. It is not at all for the benefit of the employee, it's for the protection of the department. Agency. Yeah,
absolutely.
All of them will, no, that's not what we do. We're a big family. You are not a big family.
Yeah, no, all. You're circling wagons.
That's
is
exactly
what you're doing. You're circling wagons
every time.
And this is nothing at all to say anything bad about police, because once again, I firmly support every officer. I thank you for your service. For me, it's a point of concern within our society.
Yes.
I think that there is a large, and the suicides point that out. We have woefully forgotten and woefully not been able to help for all too long. And how do we do that, you know? And even looking at things in the world in the light of paranormal investigation, Greg, how was your work outside of the academy received by your constituents that you worked with?
So
I have to ask.
Right. I what you said as far as compartmentalizing, I'm a master at that.
You have to become one. You really do.
And so I make sure that there's a really deep, straight line drawn in the sand on my paranormal research and my criminal research.
Yeah.
And so as this kind of moved along in the last 15, 20 years, it was kind of like goofy. It's like, oh, so you're doing what? Okay, are you seeing ghosts? Are you possessed by demons?
Yeah.
It's like none of that. But it's almost like kind of fun. Everybody's like, I can't believe he's doing this. Have you talked to Lawson about X, Y, and Z or whatever? You need to go talk to Lawson. He's a ghost hunter. I'm like, I'm not a ghost hunter. I'm a paranormal investigator, and I investigate these experiences that people report to have. I have no idea. I have not,
Yeah.
I've seen some great evidence
Sure.
that I can't unexplain. I'm just like, what in the hell is that? But it's always cool when you have an accredited person come to you, whether it's a priest, whether it's a cop, or Richard Estep as far as EMS, registered nurses, hospice nurses. Man, the stories that they have.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's just amazing.
It really is.
So for me, the big problem with doing paranormal stuff and cop work is getting pulled before the grand jury, or be pulled into a big case as a expert witness or a witness or an officer testifying for his report, and having that defense attorney go, so Lieutenant Lawson brought you in here for this murder case, and you're experienced in this and this, and your accreditations. Here's all your accreditations here, but you know what? Sidebar here. I want to talk to you a little bit about. So you're a ghost hunter?
Yeah. So about this Mothman.
Yeah. And they just try to destroy your credibility.
Absolutely. Like a rapier.
Yes. Yeah.
In a heartbeat.
And so my whole career, and I was successful at it, keeping that out.
Yeah.
So I was able to completely segregate these two disciplines.
And for me, I think it goes a step further, though, because you brought up a big word that I use on my show all the time, and that's evidence.
Yeah.
Evidence. I'm a big protector of that word. And the phrase I normally use on my show, an exact verbiage, is evidence is what should clear you from prison, and never let it be less than that.
Right.
Ever. Never let what you call from any investigation be something that you would not be able to provide your lawyer and be like, this will keep me clear.
Yes.
Even the stuff you find on a paranormal investigation. Like
Yes.
everything else is data.
Yes.
And feel free to coldly call it data until it hits the point that it becomes evidence, that it's been checked, double checked, somebody else not even involved checked it. Now we've got evidence.
Yeah.
Let's move forward. But if you immediately jump to the point of evidence, by the time you're done with an evening of investigation, you may be jumping the pony a little bit when it comes to, is what you gathered tonight evidence or is it data?
Right. So I say exactly what you say, just in a different way because of my application.
Yeah.
Is I'm not going to take anything from a paranormal investigation that I would not then submit to the grand jury for evaluation.
Exactly.
I'm like, okay, well, like, this is cool. This doesn't have anything to do with anything. This is data.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it going to clear or muddy the water?
This is interesting, but no, boom. And you know what people don't want to see? People don't want to see the 1994 Roswell report put out by the Air Force that's 1,000 freaking pages long. You idiots. You know, you've copied a whole bunch of stuff. You've redacted a whole bunch of stuff, put a bunch of gibberish in there, and about 20 pages is worth your time.
Yeah.
Out of 1,000.
Yep. On purpose.
On purpose. Just a complete smoke
Total
screen.
obfuscation.
Oh. It's just crazy. And, you know, it's like, as an example of the Roswell thing, it's like, okay, what they did in Roswell in 94 and after that when they went, oh, wow, we screwed that up, let's add some more stuff to it, it's like a cop going to a family disturbance and getting the man going, hey, so there's a family disturbance here. Could you investigate this for me and get back with me and tell me what happened?
Yeah, I got to go grab a burger. Take down what you can. I'll be back in 15.
So they tell the Air Force to investigate itself, and they who are you gonna hire? And you're the general. You have 50 investigators, and some obscure senator says, "Hey, I want to know more about this UFO." And 70 years ago, are you going to assign your best guy to that?
Yeah, I assure you, we have top men on it.
Yeah, we got real counterintelligence stuff going on in the world, and real espionage. And I'm going to pull. I'm sorry, I'm not pulling my best guy. I'm pulling Larry.
Yeah. No, precisely.
Brother-in-law's Larry over here, and go.
The
hey,
cook
man.
has some additional time.
And so that's what I think happened. And I love the two guys that were assigned to do it. They had a hell of a mission to do it, but they didn't do it well. And then they tried to, kind of fix it a little bit, and they still didn't do that well. And, of course, they would be very critical on what I'm saying.
Sure.
But industry standards and best practices, they did none of it.
Yeah.
None.
And that brings up a topic that, once again, we talk about a lot on this show. Because a lot of this show, Greg, is demystifying these topics for the average person. Whether it be investigation and investigation tactics, methods, technologies, and experiences. Because once again, I'll never doubt anybody's experience. It's no different than you rolling up with rollers on at somebody's house. You're going to take every single report prima facie, exactly as they tell you, until investigated and other facts pop up.
Yep.
And if you don't, then you may be looking at things through a different lens, and maybe an investigative one that might be a little bit clouded or smudged. In that kind of way.
And that's an unfortunate thing with a lot of law enforcement people. At year 5 to 7, something like that, you kind of take a dip in your career because you've done all this stuff, you've seen all this stuff, and it's like, all right, well, where am I going with this?
It's hard not to get jaded fast with something that's a fast pace, like rolling in a car, man.
Yeah. And if at that point they decide to test for detective and get promoted to detective, well, then you have these detectives that step in a crime scene and go, oh, I know exactly what happened here. That dude did this. And then they start working their case and their report to prove this guy did this instead of you're following the evidence, and whatever comes up at the end is the answer.
Yeah, yeah.
And so kind of what you said, as far as you're muddying the water with your experience, which experience is good, but if you don't know to kick that aside until you do a clean investigation and then evaluate the evidence, you don't come up with your thesis.
Yeah.
I mean, follow the evidence. Conduct the investigation. Follow the evidence. Determine what happened.
You know, man, we regularly speak, even live at shows, about the idea of blank slate. Whenever you're going in for an investigation, yes, it's one thing to get a little bit of history, background on a location, things like that. But to immerse yourself for days before you go for a 2-day investigation in stories, encounters, things like that, I don't know. I guess partially I see the fact that, yes, you may just be polishing the filter for your data, you know, instead of polishing it for the investigation.
Yeah.
And you really do have to be careful about that, because once again, not everybody's good at compartmentalizing. Not everybody's good, and even somebody who's great at compartmentalizing may be pulling something from a past experience that they personally had and coloring the data with that.
Yeah.
You know, so how do you prevent that? A, as an investigator, period. B, as a paranormal investigator, because you've done, not that you haven't done tons of field research as well, but you do a lot of hard detective work, research into the cases that you go to research before you ever step foot on property.
Yeah. So let me give you an example, real quick. I was in Hong Kong, and I wanted to go to Kowloon Island and Lantu Island, which is the last Shaolin monastery over there. And I'm interested in martial arts and stuff, so I take a hovercraft over there. Cool ride. And it's just normal over there. It's
just the chance to ride a hovercraft itself is like, all right.
Cool. Yeah. So we go over there, and it's you know, it's what's funny is it's Buddhism, right? And they're all about not being famous and not worrying about money and everything. It's one of the biggest money making next to the Vatican.
Absolutely.
They got a Buddha that's bigger than this building on top. They built this giant Buddha. They were building it when I was there. It's a giant. I'm going to say this. It's the giantest Buddha in the world. Right. And so I go there. We take our tour of the monastery. And then it's like, okay, anybody who's go over here. Everybody else get back on the boat. Everybody got back on the boat but me. I stayed there 3 days. Got a sponsor, a monk that was my sponsor that spoke pretty good English.
Cool.
And I had to sleep with them and work out with them. Did martial arts with them. Made cheese with them. I had to just follow him around to all of his jobs and do what he was doing. And so on my 3rd day, I was like, okay, I want to go over to this pirate fort. There was a pirate fort on the other side of the island, and I wanted to go see it, kind of a famous pirate fort. And so I get a cab driver. We go to this village. I buy lunch and get some other this lady, she could speak kind of English, pretty good English. And she's like, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm going to go look for the ghost of the pirate fort. Well, she gave me these 3 little containers of like lentils, beans, and some rice, a little thing of wine, and some other things to bless the area when I left, so the spirits wouldn't come with me.
Yeah, wouldn't follow you.
Yeah, so this is just, we're out in the jungle. Offering. Yeah, we're pretty much out in the jungle, and this lady is like, do this, right? So get back in the cab with the guy. He takes me out there. I really thought I was going to a place where I was going to pay $2, and there was going to be like, you know.
Here's a tour of the pirate fort.
Nothing. It's just an abandoned foundation of a pirate fort. There's no walls or anything. It's just a big foundation. And there's nothing there. And you had to go through, kind of walk through, I don't know, 50 yards of woods to get to it, right? And it's one of those weird things in China where they build these giant buildings and nobody ever lives in them.
Yep.
There's a giant apartment complex across the street, huge 5-story, crazy concrete apartment complex. Nobody's living in it. No one has ever lived in it. It's brand.
Wow.
It was brand new then, and this would have been 1994 or something like that, 93. So it's weird, and I asked the guy, and he goes, "It's right down there, you know." And I get out, and he goes, "No, just through the woods." And so I walk through the woods, and there's the thing, and it overlooks a cliff, and you can see where ships would come in. You could shoot at the ships, and it's a good spot for a fort. Well, as I walk through the woods, this little blue and green bird pops down, and he's jumping around right in front of me, just squawking and beeping and doing his chirping thing. And I'm like, wow, cool bird, all right, so where's the ghost? This bird, beep, 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 and he's jumping up in the tree and everything. And I'm like, I bet I'm near his nest and he wants me to get away from his nest. Like in Texas, we have the kildees and they act funny.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'll get away from his nest. So I start walking around. Well, he's following me. He follows me for the next 2 hours or so. And he's jumping around and jumping on things, to where I could almost touch him. He's really close. And I'm taking some pictures, and I'm doing a little metal detecting, and I'm trying to figure out where there was a graveyard.
Yeah.
He's still there. I go back up there, and I'm going to do my little spell or whatever it was with this rice and stuff.
Yeah.
And the cab guy came down, and I was doing it, and he's like, no, let me do it. So he does it. We sit there and we meditate a little bit. We make this offering to the spirits, and we leave. And that's the end of my story. That's what I did.
Sure.
About 2 years later, I'm reading, the Earth Mother sends you a blue bird with a message.
Wow.
But you have to be smart enough to pay attention.
Oh.
And I wasn't smart enough to pay attention.
Greg.
And so when you go into an investigation and you're burdened with the things that you've already planned you're going to do, and you try to hammer round peg into square hole instead of going to the location and just have the experience.
Being open.
Yeah. Shut up, turn your phone off, and live in the moment.
Yeah.
And if something comes up, then and it's appropriate to use some sort of investigative technique, go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
But to try to force it in there, I learned a huge amount just from that little experience.
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And once again, that idea of trying to wedge something in, we talk regularly on the show about the idea of want of confirmation married with confirmation bias.
Oh, yeah.
And the dangers of that.
Oh,
I was just in a community the other day. I do RF for a living, wireless mics. I got a 6G RF reader in the room next door. I can tell you every available frequency in this localized area. And when somebody's sitting on a video on Facebook with just a plain old EMF meter that's just green to red, no actual numbers.
Right.
You can't tell me what RF is actively happening near you, what range it is, whatever. And on their lap is a computer that's on, and they're filming with a cell phone, and it goes off.
Amazing.
I'm like, did you even think about cutting the Wi-Fi in your house off, much less the Wi-Fi on the computer and your cell phone that are both within 1.5 foot proximity of this device?
Oh, yeah.
And when I mention it, I know the range of this, but you don't know what kind of RF it's reading at all. You've gotten a piece of data, but you haven't gotten a data set from your instrument.
Right.
And you need to take that into consideration and be willing to take that into consideration that
Absolutely.
You got a bump, but you don't know what kind of RF it is. It may be Wi-Fi RF. You have no idea because once again, you just uploaded this to Facebook Live, so you're obviously on Wi-Fi or a cell phone signal.
Now, a lot of these events I go to, sometimes they'll have us do ghost hunts, right?
Sure,
We'll be a celebrity.
There was one for
ghost
this
hunt.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And most of the time when I do it, I bought a $12 K2 meter. It's from Japan or it's from China, and it's all just a piece of crap. It is more sensitive than any instrument I have. It's just crap.
It'll go off on anything.
It will. So I use that. What I do is, let's say I'm assigned to this section of the hospital, And, other investigators, another section. So I go to my section, and I turn this little K2 meter on, and I sit it down on the floor. And I just stand there, and when the people come through and they're doing their stuff, I watch that K2 meter as they're getting closer. It's like, tick, 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 and then it's red, and everybody's like, look, there's a ghost here. And I'm like, can I see your cell phone? Turn it on airplane mode.
Yeah. There we go.
It goes
there
away.
we
It's
go.
like, damn it.
Yeah.
Never ruin a good ghost story with logic. But,
I know.
It's like,
I know, and
what are you
that's
gonna do?
just it.
What
Like,
are you gonna do?
I don't like dashing dreams or breaking hearts,
No.
but I'm a pretty logical dude, and it's one of those, I'm about the data. Because eventually all this data is going to have to shake hands with science. It's not far down the road, Greg.
Right.
Like, it's rapidly coming, and thank God for UAP, literally.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't think a lot of these fields would be getting the scientific
They would not.
quandary that they're getting. Putting the word phenomena at the end of that landed it squarely in the backyard of science as a slap in the face of you need to get involved. Whether you like it or not, it's time to.
Yeah.
And what really hurt was seeing that first NASA panel, or the second NASA panel that happened where the head had to come on and be like, really? Are we getting threats from people online? You know what makes a scientist not want to be involved? That.
Yeah.
And when you see that, when you see communities attacking science, it's like, it's going to be real hard for us to drag them into this.
Absolutely.
Because now it'll be kicking and screaming instead of saying, hey, we have an anomaly. And it's literally the job of science to figure out the phenomena that's happening, because otherwise you have an ill-gotten data set. Yeah. If you can't explain the phenomena and the experience and the experiment, then you're going to have a problem. The example I normally give is if I turned in a 92% solution in chemistry out of something that should have been 100, well, where'd the other 8% go, Chris? Did it off-gas? Did it turn to solid? Like, what happened with the solution that 8% of the two volumes went away? That's the phenomenon. That's the anomaly that we have to figure out.
Yep.
But you have to be willing to say 8% of something just disappeared.
Right.
And track that down from there. So, yeah, the idea of evidentiary-based, data-based investigation is what really drives me. And the idea of, like, the data fields that we can gather from these, if we gather them properly when they need to be gathered.
And know what we're gathering, because there's a lot of investigators out there that get all kinds of gadgets, never read the instruction manual, and don't understand what the mechanics are inside of it.
Yes.
So whatever they're getting out of it, how do you correlate any of it?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of those, as somebody, once again, who deals with a lot of RF in the industry that I deal with it, I can explain a lot of these things that happen as they happen in real time.
Right.
But you also have to be willing to accept the explanation of something when it comes to that. Now, especially when it comes to data, when it comes to investigative things, we have you for a couple more minutes. How do you get to the point of good data? How do you get to the point of being able to gather that data properly?
So I am not the person to answer that question. I hate to say that. I'm not.
It's okay.
Most of the investigations that any paranormal investigators do is just a couple hours.
Yeah.
And it's often very random. You get there, you have an idea, I want to do EVP work. You get there, and there's kids across the street playing basketball. And boom, 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 boom. The basketball's going in. You're like, okay, well, we can't do EVP work. What are we going to do? Set some cameras up, and you're near a cell tower. So you're getting a bunch of screech from the cell tower. So you're like, where's our analog camera? Let's do an analog camera, analog video. Now we've spent an hour and a half in our 4 hours that we're going to be there doing that goofy stuff and hoping that something is going to happen while we're there.
Yeah.
So I kind of sit back and watch the hobbyists work with their pieces of equipment.
Totally.
And see what's happening. But I'm when I was in SWAT many years ago, and the theory in SWAT was you get your really experienced guys up front and your least experienced guy in the back. Well, that's completely wrong.
Yeah.
You need one of your most squared away guys in the back because you have 13 guns pointed forward and only one backwards. Why are you going to put the guy that doesn't know what he's doing back there?
Yeah.
So I kind of adopt that theory that I kind of stand back behind everybody, and I'm kind of watching what's going on around them.
Okay.
And I really do. I hate to say this because I want to be scientific based. I want to be, they say, well, we use the scientific method. I'm like, no, you don't.
I think you're a lot more scientifically based than you give yourself credit for.
Thank you.
But
and I then try to correlate people's experience with it and kind of do a balance, which falls directly into what I don't want it to be, but it falls right into belief. What do you believe happened?
Sure.
And how did that happen?
Yeah. Well, but even as a detective, like, once again, that may be where you start. As long as you don't stick hard to what you believe happened and you let the evidence take you where it's going to take you, we've got a good investigation.
Yes.
Because, you're going to lean on your experience, your training as far as walking into the room. These are the 2 or 3 scenarios that may have possibly happened. Let's start gathering data now and let it lead us where it's supposed to lead us.
I know this is going to be a little hard on the.
It's okay.
I'm going to show you a picture on my cell phone. I'm going to set it up real quick. Show you a picture on my cell phone. We're driving through Ireland. We were going close to a place called Lep Castle, which is very notorious for being haunted.
Okay.
It's supposed to have about 13 ghosts, 12 ghosts, and an elemental, like this little stinky sulfur-smelling demon that crawls around. All right. And it's got great history. It's got really good, solid, real history of the horrible things that happened there.
Okay.
Right? So the Bloody Chapel is where one brother killed another brother on the altar.
Wow.
When the Darbys bought this place in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they did a renovation in part of the Bloody Chapel. They pulled 30-something bodies out of the wall of this Catholic chapel, right? On the top of this keep.
Wow.
And so, and there's good written history about this happening within the clan. So we go up, me and a bunch of other people, we're in there, and everybody gets different areas. And I was like, I want the chapel. And I bring a camera, some camera folks up there, and we set up analog everything up there, right? We didn't run any digital anything. And man, we were up there for 6 hours. We did a couple of little experiments with some boxes, spirit boxes, stuff like that, just to see what would happen. And dude, just like most ghost hunting, absolutely nothing happened. Boring out of your mind. We wrap up and we're like, all right, so I'm looking for this priest, right? For the 6 hours, and there's no hide nor hair. There's some pictures of me with 1,000 orbs around me, but it's also one of the dustiest places on the planet.
Yeah.
And those pictures were taken with somebody's cell phone, so those are all digital artifacts that popped in there. So anyway, kind of disappointed, but wow, what an amazing place. Everybody, if you go to Ireland, you need to go to Lep Castle. You can walk up and just knock on the door, and they'll let you in, right? Yeah. So Sean and Ann own the place. We go down, wrap up all our stuff. We go downstairs. We talk to Sean and Ann. He's a musician. He tells us some stories, plays us some music. We go outside. We take a selfie with the family, and then we're walking across the yard. Turn around. One of our friends are there. We're taking pictures. In one of the pictures she takes, we take all our pictures, and then we leave. 2 weeks later, we take a look at the pictures. This picture right here is Sean and Ann in front of the door at Lep Castle.
Wow. Whoa. Whoa.
So what are the rules here, man? I'm looking for a priest. What does that look like?
That looks like a friar.
Yes.
That looks like a friar in an orange or in a brown cassock.
So, we're talking data sets, we're talking evidence, we're talking this, we're talking that. I don't know what the frickin' rules are outside of physics.
Show that to the camera real quick.
Okay. I don't know what the rules are outside.
Bring it right up here. It'll
physics.
Focus on it. There you go. But that is wild, Greg. Oh, absolutely awesome, man.
Yeah. So it's 2 events like this a year that I experience where I'm trying to be a scientist. I have a bachelor's of applied arts and sciences.
Sure.
So I think I have a good working knowledge of how to gather evidence without contamination.
Yeah.
And even if it is contamination, to be able to evaluate, what's the important thing. But it's this other experiential thing like this. It's like, okay, that's not direct evidence. That's tertiary evidence, because you look at it and you go, okay, well, anybody looks at this, they go, well, even though there's 1,000 different occupations, and you were only looking for one, which is a priest, and just so happens the image looks like a priest, what are the odds on that? And then they would automatically go back to, well, this is pareidolia, this is some sort of reflection off the glass to make it look like that. Okay, so it is. How the hell did it look just like a priest? Why didn't it look like a fireman or a cop or something?
And in that moment.
Yes.
In that moment. Yeah.
So it's the miraculous flash that happens. And you go, what was that? And it's gone forever into the hole in the sky.
Yeah.
And you can't get it back. And there is no repeatability. So when people say, I want to, we do the scientific method, it's like, okay, when's the last time you had repeatability to a ghost?
And, that's one of the things that I say, not only in the Acorn groups with Curse of Oak Island, but with the Portal groups when it comes to Skinwalker Ranch, because they get so, they're never going to find that treasure. It's like, well, the treasure that they found is the history that they're changing of the island. That's the treasure.
That's the treasure.
And when it comes to, Skinwalker Ranch, everybody's always like, they're just going to launch another rocket. It's like, you mean they're going to do the repeatable science? Can we please make science sexy again?
Right.
Because that's actual science. Whenever they launch a rocket, they get a result. So they're going to keep launching rockets.
Thank God for Travis, just pushing that stuff, both him and Brad.
Because there are some things where it's like, I know it's annoying to you, but that is the repeatable science that is actually a metric that they can gather.
Yes.
That there's a reaction or not a reaction. Because sometimes there's a reaction.
And that's the thing about the paranormal, right? Because it's like, all right, well, this all costs money. Time is money.
Every bit of it.
And so,
every bit of it.
To sit there and go, well, I only have 4 hours. And I was like, well, try to figure out more time. So it's almost like a lot of paranormal investigators look more at investigation like they're getting their passport stamped. I've been to Waverly.
I've been here.
I've been to, Lizzie Borden. I've been to this. I've been to that.
Almost like merit badges.
Yes, dude. I think we just came up with something.
I think we did. We need to talk a lot more frequently, brother.
You can invest and have all your badges and everything. But it's like that. Instead of I'll do 2, maybe 3 investigations a year. That's it.
Yeah.
But I'm there for a long time, or I go back there multiple times.
Yeah, to get repeatable data, or try the same experiment again, see if something happens. Things like that. Because once again, it's that repeatability that makes it science.
Yeah.
That's where we get there. And I want to thank you for your time. We've kept you over time, Greg.
My pleasure.
It's my fault for not reaching out to you sooner and more often, because I love our conversations whenever we do have them. I need to have you on again and again, especially now that you are retired.
Yes.
Because you're right up the road from me in Round Rock. I'm right there in Cedar Park. So let's definitely get together, have you on the show, in the studio, things like that. You have a couple projects that you're currently working on right now. Tell the audience a little bit about them before we let you go.
Okay, Jeff Belanger has decided to resurrect the zine.
Nice.
Right? Yeah, so things have gotten so weird with networks and TV, and there's so much manipulation and
a little bit.
So much of the information that's coming out of paranormal. So Jeff, being the person that he is, he decided to go ahead and start doing some small magazines on specific cases and what they surround them. So it's called the Shadow Zine, and you can find it at shadowzine.com.
Okay.
So I think there's 3 volumes out right now. I think mine will be the 4th or the 5th.
All right.
So I'm working on that. I'm working on a couple of books, and then upcoming, I'm keeping the summer kind of clear, and then I will be the actual MC for Phenomenon in Vernal with Skinwalker and
Cool.
Expedition Bigfoot and just all those guys.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to that.
You are a busy man when it comes to this world, and I'm so glad that you're retired now and you have more time to put into it, because you have more than verve and passion for the industry.
Yeah.
And it's people like you that I think will really rub off on the next generation of researchers, man. You know, because we need good data-driven people in all these fields, and it's people like you that I think that'll really help light that fire. Let everybody know where they can go to find your work, where they can go to find your books, all kinds of stuff.
Cool,
Greg.
man. So you can go to theparanormaldetective.com. You can get my books there. I have everything updated as far as events, where I'm going. And, of course, I have an author page on Amazon, and I'm on TikTok, and I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and all that.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend.
Absolutely. While you are online checking out everything from Greg Lawson, everybody make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find our store full of books, movies, films, all kinds of things from our guests. Stay tuned through this quick break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the Lonestar Paracon, coming to you from Schertz, Texas, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com, or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Lonestar Paracon here in Schertz, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined by author and researcher Nikki Folsom. Yeah. Welcome back to the show. It has been a long time. I was just talking with Greg how the last time I had him on was the original Lonestar Paracon that happened at the very small location. That's the last time I had you on, too.
Yes.
And it was like, I love our conversations every time we see each other. All of us.
Yeah.
It's like, why do I not have you guys on more? Yeah. Especially talking about people of the Fae. Yes. I love your research into that. It is something that we bring up on the show very, very regularly, and in conjunction with not only cryptozoological research, but also UFO UAP. And that is the idea that there may be something out there, Nikki, that is kind of using the trope of our mind as far as what we would be comfortable with in a situation. So how long have you been researching people of the Fae?
Well, that's a great question, because I feel like I've been doing it my whole life. I would say a good 10 years. I'd say a good 10 years for here. And I'm not really sure what started it all. I mean, I think it's just various paranormal experiences throughout my whole life, which I think we've talked about.
Sure.
But as I started researching the Fae and understanding how many things are connected, and so one perfect example is seeing shadow people, something I've seen forever. And then as you dig into the Fae and you dig into folklore and you look across the universe, whether it's the universe, whether it's a family.
Soon enough.
Right?
We'll be there soon enough.
Well, whether it's a family or a community or a country or a continent, they all have the same type of lore, but they call things something different.
Yeah.
Shadow people, it's the same thing. And that's how I got into
Yeah. And the example I give people most of the time is travel the world and ask somebody what a dog says.
Right.
Because we say woof woof. You go to Italy, it's oof oof.
Yeah.
You go to Japan, it's something else.
But it's the same.
It's literally a word that is there to describe the sound that something makes, but the way that we even hear that sound is different culturally.
Yeah.
And the way that we interpret that sound is different culturally, despite the fact of you could get that exact same dog from Japan in a room right here with one from Texas, and they're going to bark the same if they're like,
it's still a
pretty
dog.
much it's going to sound like a dog.
It's still a dog.
We're still going to say, hey, he just said woof woof. And they're going to go, wow, that was an awesome woof woof from that dog. So it's the idea of nomenclature, even in science. That was something that we talked about this last year whenever I presented on the remote viewing cruise, is the idea of, are we using the same nomenclature? It's great that you're talking with a remote viewer and you're part of a team with a remote viewer in Germany. But when you use the term analytic overlay, culturally, does that mean the same thing in German that it means here in America?
Yeah.
And when you're talking about a cultural interpretation of a cultural story, something like People of the Fae, does that translate across cultures?
The being itself, I believe, yes.
Yes.
The name of it, just like
totally
you said,
different.
That's it. Because we were talking, it's funny, I wish we would have just had these on while we were just talking earlier. We'd have had a 4-hour show.
The number of times that I wish I had a Wayback Machine that went more than 30 seconds, Nikki.
But we talked about, the Bigfoot. We've talked about people with hunting Bigfoot, and I love that. But there's so much lore across so many different cultures with, like, I think I used the ghillie doo with you with in Scotland, the Highlands. And I just find it fascinating that we're all out there looking for something. And yes, I think maybe some are primates, but what if some aren't? What if we are trying to look for it as though it is a primate and it's not? It's fae, and their way of getting in and out of the realms is completely different. And as humans, we don't know yet. We just don't know how to do that.
We have only verged on the fact that there are 11 dimensions.
Right? So
we've only verged on that. Number 4 was just known to artists for the longest time. They're like, no, there's this other interesting way you can look at things, like as an object, but even the idea of drawing something in 3 dimensions on a 2-dimensional surface is kind of groundbreaking and mind-blowing when you start considering that option and that idea. And when you start looking at the idea of especially dimensions in the form of shadow in that kind of way, a great way that I heard it explained by a scientist at MUFON 2 years ago that I interviewed was a 3-dimensional object casts a 2-dimensional shadow. A 4th-dimensional object casts a 3-dimensional one.
Wow. That's interesting. I love that.
That's physics.
Oh, it is, but still.
That's kind of creepy physics when you start thinking about it in terms of Sasquatch. When you start thinking about it in terms of UFO, UAP. Things that, like I said earlier, and I'll say it like I do every time, guys, I firmly believe that there is a large hominid being roaming the woods of North America and beyond, but I also believe that there is something else that will gladly use the trope of our mind.
Absolutely.
For whatever would make us feel comfortable. If you're out hunting a Sasquatch, you'd obviously be good with seeing a Sasquatch, right? If you're out CE5 contacting a craft, much as I hate to tell you, it may not be a craft you're looking at.
Right.
It may be something else that is giving you that perfectly comfortable sensation of what you're looking at and has just used you as a point of entrance and egress. And your, more importantly, your consent.
Yes.
As a point of entrance and egress.
Yes.
Into this realm.
And what are Fae known for? They're known for glamour. So what do? They change the look of things so you're comfortable.
They are more than that. They are known for their trickery.
Yes, the pranksters. Of course they are.
That's
all of them.
We just had a conversation this last Tuesday with Mary Joyce about the Cherokee Little People.
Okay. I love learning. I love learning about it.
And some of what I got into, now granted, there's stories of the little people. There are a few warnings, things like that. A couple of those warnings are pretty cross-cultural, like
For sure.
don't go playing around with the little people. Don't mess with them. Don't go mess with their homes. You see their tools, leave them there.
Yep. Don't eat their
Like,
food.
awesome, you found a very tiny bow and quiver of arrows. Leave them by the stream. Don't touch them. And I brought up the fact, now, and granted, in Cherokee lore, this is very separate from Sasquatch. Totally separate. But there are a few of those things that I brought up that are like, these kind of cross that barrier of that social warning, that, keeps a kid closer to the fire at night than playing toward the outskirts of the shadow of the fire and the outskirts of camp, where you may run across something where, because you're out of the light of fire, now you're kind of prey, be it a bear, a wolf, what have you. So if it takes the story of a person of the Fae or, hey, don't go following those whistles you hear in the dark, kids.
Somebody says your name,
You hear your name called by a Sasquatch, don't go following.
That's right.
Sasquatch says fish, you say no. You turn around. You do not accept the salmon.
That's right.
Because you may not come back to this realm and there's that story of once you cross through that threshold by your own accord, you were the one that is liable for that. Not even the people of the Fae anymore.
That's right.
They aren't even the ones responsible karmically for what happens to you when you cross into their realm. You came into their realm.
Yep.
Sorry you didn't follow the rules.
I agree. Well, you know what happened to Reverend Robert Kirk?
Please.
So have you ever heard of him?
Please, tell our audience.
Okay, so Reverend Robert Kirk, I believe it was 16th century. He was the seventh son of a seventh son in Aberfoyle, Scotland. He was one of those folks that, like I said, did have the second sight. So when other folks had it, he felt comfortable going and talking about it to them. And he captured it in 8 journals, which are actually on display in Scotland, National Museum of Scotland and University of Edinburgh, which I'm dying to go see. I haven't gone to see. But so anyway, he would go out and capture that stuff. And in addition to that, he started writing things about the fairy realm because he supposedly went into the fairy realm.
Oh,
and
wow.
learned and the best, if you've ever seen the movie The Spiderwick Chronicles.
Okay.
I love that movie. And that, I believe, is loosely based on the Robert Kirk, because he was a real man. I mean, this really happened.
Yeah.
And so he would capture all this stuff. They let him into the realm, and supposedly he crossed them. And when he died, he's now held captive or entrapped in a tree in Aberfoyle, Scotland.
Wow.
That is real. That's a very real story.
Wow.
And the locals won't talk about it. I've done so much research, and they say the locals won't talk about it. So ask me what I'm doing in 3 weeks.
You going to Aberfoyle?
I'm going to Aberfoyle, Scotland. I sure as heck am. And I'm actually going to hit the Isle of Skye, too, but Aberfoyle is where I'm going. I want to see where Robert Kirk is buried, because there's a story. Supposedly what he would do is he would walk from, he was the priest of the church in Aberfoyle, which he took over from his dad. But supposedly he would walk from the church all the way up to the hill, to that tree, and back every single day until he got too sick. But when his body was found, he had had his quote-unquote heart attack, it was found in front of that tree.
Wow.
Although the people that did the research, other people other than me that have done the research, say that he couldn't walk at that point. So how did he get from his house to the tree? No one knows. Supposedly, his cousin, I believe it was 3 weeks after he passed, his cousin saw his spirit, and he said, I'm being held captive by the Fae. I need you to throw a dagger above my head when my son is christened, his new baby that was christened. As soon as you throw that dagger above my head, I'll be released from the Fae, and I can come back.
Wow.
And it happened. He appeared at the christening. His cousin chickened out, did not throw anything, and Robert Kirk disappeared. That is real lore. That is real lore. And I know you're going to go investigate it and absolutely do it.
That is fascinating. That is fascinating. And, when you hear about things like that, especially somebody being held.
Yes.
That returns us to the point of consent. that we were discussing a while ago, even before I started interviews today. We had a long conversation about this. And, it's something that we used to joke with each other in the seminary. The joke was always like, well, now your conscience is informed. What are you going to do about it now? Just that idea of like, well, what you're doing is a sin.
Yeah.
Well, you do now. It's just kind of that prickish way of poking somebody.
Yeah.
But there is that point of at what point are you responsible? At what point does the whistle call or the song call, the sirens call even, because most people do not realize exactly how vast the world of the Fae is. Sirens, mermaids, griffins,
all of it.
All kinds of things. Pretty much any combo of animal, critter, and people, that's a Fae. It's pretty fascinating when you start looking at it. So yeah, the idea of siren song, like the most popular concept of that is from the Odyssey.
Right? Exactly.
And the island of the sirens that you're supposed to avoid and tie me to the post so I don't follow their song. And no matter what I say, don't untie me.
But it's across all lore.
Yeah.
It's across all of it. I love it. I love, and as you dig in, as I was digging in and doing my research, I was dumbfounded. I had no idea that all these different countries, but when we were talking earlier, when you go far back in time, these continents were connected, and now all of a sudden people are seeing similar, not all of a sudden, over the hundreds of thousands of years, people are seeing similar things, calling them different things, but at one point it was connected. So
well, and really specifically, when you talk about here in the West, we are just now coming to the point of acknowledgement of some of these things. We are just now getting to the point of it's something that we can talk about socially.
Yes.
That we can have these events, and share stories, swap stories. The way I akin these events horribly and nerdily is very much like my Comic-Cons that I went to in college and high school, where it was like I met other people that loved the X-Men as much as I did.
Yeah.
And oh my God, you read that last one, right? Like the way it tied back to 133? What the heck was that 200 episodes later?
Right.
And just that deep nerdology.
The nerdology.
Of the background of things. And when you deep dive nerdology-wise into the background of the Fae, it is really, really fascinating and almost skin-crawling. The parallels that start popping up between cultural stories, between stories in Japan to Greece to Italy to the West
India,
to South
Mexico,
America.
absolutely.
It's absolutely wild to see how especially the stories of warning, how similar they are, Nikki.
Yeah. There's interesting. The other thing that's interesting to me was the the warning. Talking about the warning, the banshee.
There
Fae,
we go. Yep.
That's a Fae.
Yep.
And that's actually surprising to people. I'm like, it's right in the name, banshee.
Yeah, and what's funny though is that the banshee was not typically something of fear.
Right.
The banshee was kind of the equivalent of hearing an owl hoot.
Right.
In Native American lore and tradition, where it's like somebody may be sick or dying.
Right.
That's what it was. It was a spirit of warning. It wasn't a spirit that came and haunted you, came and taunted you. It wasn't like a harpy or something like that, that was there to exact justice from the gods upon you for what you'd wrought on earth. Well,
but I did talk to.
But a harpy is still a people of the Fae.
You're right, 100%. But when I was here last year, I talked to there was a woman here from County Donegal in Ireland, and she was telling me that the banshee in her county, they actually believed it was somebody that was conjured and sent to a family. And I was like, wow, I never heard that. It's still fascinating to me.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's another piece of lore I don't know that I don't think any of us in our lifetime will be able to capture every piece of lore that's out there. But what is fascinating is that everything that you dig into, mythologies and folklore, all this stuff, there's so much, goblins.
Yeah.
Green and gray skin.
Yep.
Dark. I'm like,
brownies.
Brownies.
Even the idea, the old story of the cobbler and the elves, that came to help the cobbler, things like that.
Yeah.
Gnomes, all kinds of things. It's fascinating because elves were not traditionally a happy lot. They weren't somebody they were somebody that, much like the gnomes, that you kind of left things for so that they left you alone.
Mm-hmm. But if you looked in
because you had to build a house somewhere, and unfortunately, you were probably on or adjoining their property.
100%. But you have to leave the sweet cream.
That was there for thousands of years before you. It was not your family's property. I'm sorry, it was never your family's property.
Right?
You're still a trespasser generations later, and we really don't care. So, yeah, it's a fascinating thing to get into, and that idea of being linked to that and being something that we live adjunctly with. It's nothing that is separate, and it's fascinating because, once again, these stories, especially when you get into stories of Sasquatch, things like that, they exist separately from creation myth.
Yeah.
They exist separately from religious belief in creation myth, but they are utterly and socially something that they accept 100% as history and fact, not as myth.
Right.
Like they'll tell you that the myth of creation and us being on the back of a turtle is myth before they'll tell you that a Sasquatch isn't real.
Isn't that crazy?
Because it's a realm that we live with, that we live among. And if you can't coexist with that, we're all going to have a piece of problem.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of us, the Sasquatch and us. And guess who's going to win? It probably ain't going to be us. Because once again, not our land, never has been.
Yeah, been here long before us. Absolutely.
And I mean, that's literally one of the things I say all the time on the show, jokingly, with like 18 tablespoons of salt and flavoring. But you really want to do something, you need to protect the lands that these things live in, because otherwise, what are you going to do when the Sasquatch is rooting through the trash in your apartment complex?
I mean,
it's going to happen.
Look at deer. Look at raccoons. Look at
deer. We got coyotes roaming through friggin' Cedar Park right now.
Yep. Same. That's what we have.
Yeah. Because we have encroached so far.
Yes.
That what are they going to do? Miss out on the food that's just sitting there? You left it sitting out.
They're not going to.
They smell it. There's tons of food. So at what point do you make that differentiation and start taking care to make sure that you no longer further encroach upon that? And this is not to say, people, that you shouldn't take into consideration the things adjunctly living around you dimensionally.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're moving into a new house, there used to be very common that people would bring your neighbors would bring cookies or something like that, or cake. Why would you not do that for the Fae? Why would you not do that for whatever is there to make peace as you're coming in?
A prime example that is not long forgotten in American history is the home burial.
Yeah.
And the movement of the living room was once the parlor, became the living room after we stopped having home funerals and you stopped viewing the body in the parlor.
It's for the living people.
Now it's for those that are alive, not where you entertain everybody when there's a funeral in the house. Mm-hmm. And even the aspect that we take toward burial now, because at one point, anything silvered in your home got covered.
It sure did. I was just going to say that.
Everything silvered, from you didn't bring out the silverware, you brought out something else.
Yeah.
You didn't bring out the silver platters, you brought out glass.
Yes.
And
you covered your mirrors.
You covered your mirrors, things like that, because that body was there and that spirit was there with you. And as a Cajun, that's still to this day one of my deepest seated memories, is going to actual wakes where we were together through the night, overnight, numerous nights. not separate from a body. They're saying goodbye to our departed the whole time, actually processing an emotion with family in real time.
What a concept.
Not like, whew, so this is over in 3 hours, right? Rosary's done. We can go out, have a beer, go home. Like, do we have to come tomorrow for the funeral? We made it for this. Like, and that happened in my lifetime. In my lifetime, I've seen that change from the time my grandfather was buried in 7th grade to the exact same funeral home in East Houston now.
Wow.
Where, like, the family that runs the funeral home that he was buried at was from the town adjunct to my town in Louisiana. So it was one of those, like, they understood the culture. They understood the fact that, no, this is awake. Yeah. Like, this is happening, and we need somebody here overnight with these people.
And where
like,
did that
for
come
3
from?
days.
Because that came all from lore.
Yeah, but for 3 days we were there with my grandfather. I never left.
Yeah.
I didn't want to leave.
No.
You know?
And
so it was a beautiful
down.
process.
And it's passed down, and it's passed down. And it's not just
and then it's passed away.
Yeah.
You know? So when you talk about... we talk about it regularly with paranormal investigators. The idea of no longer having that process of release for us doesn't provide the process of release for that spirit either.
Right.
They didn't get to process their leaving either.
No.
You know?
No, and I think that's why oftentimes in investigations, it's not just about us getting the evidence. It's about us going in and giving them what they need.
That's right.
To give them their closure.
That's right.
And I'll tell you a story.
Telling their story.
Yes. A friend of mine, MJ Dixon, she was in the Drakelow tunnels, and there was a spirit that she asked what it wanted, and it missed, or what it needed, and what it missed, and it missed music. So she took a guitar in for 45 minutes and did a solo set, playing the guitar, singing to it, and then she got an EVP that said, "Thank you." To me, I just got chills.
Yeah.
To me, that is what this is about.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, because it really is about, experience, and remembering how that experience changes you, how it catalyzes you and moves you forward in life. If not, then what's the experience for?
Right.
You know? And we were just talking about that a little while ago with somebody, the idea of how those experiences, because my whole experience of entering the seminary, as I say on the show all the time, came from an experience of bilocation during Mass, in the middle of Mass, where I was transported somewhere else while I was conscious in that Mass with over 350 people on a Sunday at 6 p.m.
So tell me
nobody else was in that orange space with me. Nobody else felt that warmth. Was the whole world went orange.
Wow.
It was like a veil was dropped over me. It was absolutely wild. Had I not had an open-minded, open-hearted priest that Sunday, thank you, John Upton, love you. If you're out there listening, when I came to him and told him that, and he was like, "Chris, that's beautiful. Like, I wish I had that experience. Yeah. You should explore that." Yeah. Have you ever considered the seminary? And at that point, I was a junior in high school. I'd been serving at the altar since I was 8.
Wow.
Yeah, more than once, a collar boy had asked me, had I considered the seminary.
Right.
Like
a collar boy.
I'd been offered more than one raffle ticket, let's just say, all right?
Wow, yeah.
But I had never considered it until that moment, because there was something. Now, granted, like I just told Greg Bishop, like, I may someday be diagnosed with something like that. May have been a petit mal seizure. I don't know. Right. No idea. But it does not change that static moment that changed my life and the way that I view the world and the universe around me. Huh. Nothing will ever change that. Yeah. No medical diagnosis, nothing will ever take that experience away from me.
That's fascinating. You know, it's interesting that you said that, because I'm trying to think back. There was a moment in my life where it was after I was already having experiences in writing books and things. But I had a moment when I was with a medium, and we were doing this. It was her and I and a friend of mine, Andrea. And I had a moment where it was like a veil came down, and it was yellow. It was like a golden veil came down.
Yeah.
And when I looked at the medium, Scotty, I said, "There's a lamb at your feet." And her eyes got really big, and she said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I don't know. It's just curled up at your feet. Am I going crazy? What's going on? What's wrong with me?" And she said, "No, that's the Lamb of God." And I was like, "Oh," because to her that's what that meant. And I was like, "Oh," and it gave her so much comfort.
If that means something beautiful to her, amazing.
Yeah.
And never ever take that away. And it may have been something totally different for you.
But still cool. It was. But it's interesting that was a memory I completely forgot, and you just triggered it.
Well, but that's the thing, is that these things happen to us regularly. These emotions happen to us regularly. These breaks of the veil happen regularly.
The smells.
Yeah, exactly. And smell's a big one.
Yeah.
That is a huge olfactory sense. It's one of the few things, along with music, that even people with hard Parkinson's and things like that, hard Alzheimer's, smells, sounds will like bring them back to a point of memory, like a direct point of memory. Like I remember cooking in the kitchen with Mom.
Yeah.
Things like that. And it's beautiful when you see that.
And I don't think it's a coincidence when we get messages from our loved ones.
And I also don't think it's a coincidence when we have an experience like what we're talking about, be it a people of the Fae or an actual, and I'm going to make a distinction there, or an actual experience of what we're out looking for.
Right. Right. I think, that's fair. I think it's all related, but I agree with you.
Because I think that we very specially have the means by which to manifest a lot of things in the world,
yes.
Nikki, including those connections, including those cross-barrier connections, interdimensionally. So,
but I think we got to get out of our own way, because we've
do.
been conditioned by what our family's beliefs, the church,
absolutely.
Whatever's out there,
Absolutely.
misinformation, and we just have to get past that in our head and be willing to say,
a lot of my divide, honestly, came from an experience with shadow people, where I years after the seminary, I maintained a spiritual director, things like that, and had an experience with a shadow person grabbing me. I was very honest with my spiritual director. I was like, I've had this instance happen a couple times where I saw this thing in my room. It was just kind of in my room. It's like, all right. I saw it behind me in the mirror.
Yep.
Suddenly not there. All right. Maybe a trick of my mind. I was like, but this thing crawled up on the bed and grabbed me, Father. He's like, well, we don't really have a teaching on that, Chris. Because, of course, the church doesn't think, doesn't believe, it teaches. There's a big green book full of teachings. If it ain't in there, if it ain't in the Bible, we probably don't have a teaching on it. He's like, I don't know. I'm like, are you telling me there's dark things stalking my soul around every corner? And when you're asking me to believe based upon faith, given spectral evidence, and when provided evidence of the spectral, you have no faith.
Oh, that's good.
And there's a bridge there that I can no longer jump.
That was really good.
There's a shark in between those ramps, and I'm Fonzie right now, and this is ridiculous.
Just aged myself too laughing at it.
Me too. But there's a fact there, and there's something that has to be considered. And I'm not saying that my faith in my God or anything has changed. I'm closer with my God than ever. However, there is a point of fact there that I can no longer make, I can no longer cut the edges of the jigsaw to make it jam together and say it looks pretty. We've gotten a little messy with the image here now.
Yeah.
And I have a real problem of faith marrying those two.
Well, it's interesting you talk about that, because when I first started, this was a couple years ago, several years ago, a friend of mine, I was reading a book called Fallen Angels and Demons.
Okay.
I don't remember who the author was, but I remember a friend of mine who was very, very religious coming in the house, and she's like, "Why are you reading this?" And I said, "Because I want to understand."
Yeah.
And she said, "You can't look at things like this and still believe in God." And I said, "How could you not? You wouldn't be comfortable looking at things like this if you didn't believe in God to begin with. Right?" So she said, "So why are you so interested?" I said, "Well, wouldn't you want to know more about your enemy if you have to fight it?" And she never thought about it that way. But then years later, I was talking to another friend of mine, and she said, I don't understand how you can go in and do investigations and face these things and still believe in God. And that's my question, or my response was the same. How could you not?
How could you not?
Like, you have to have that power behind you. You have to have a strength. And it doesn't matter who you believe in. As long as you have a belief,
that's it.
Believe in, it's all, this is where I go in the rabbit hole. It's all the same thing.
Well, and to full circle this, right back to where we began, is that idea of consent. Mm-hmm. You know, that idea of informed consent, the idea of consenting into a belief system, even consenting into the rules of the people of the faith.
Yeah.
You know, or consenting to follow your own rule instead of the ones of the people of the faith. Because, you know, what's funny? You don't have to believe in the laws of the state of Texas to get arrested in the state of Texas for violating the law.
That's absolutely right.
You do not have to believe in them whatsoever to be arrested for them. So, you know, it's one of those with the people of faith. You don't have to believe in their rule to violate it.
Yep.
You're still violating the rule.
Yeah, they're still there.
They're still there. You know, you don't have to believe in it for it to happen to you. You don't have to believe in a sledgehammer to get hit with one.
For sure.
Nikki, and I think that that's something that a lot of people, especially people of faith, deep faith, I think have a problem with, is the idea that they may have at some point opened that door of consent themselves.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, well, but when you open that door of consent to believe in something stronger and something better, you open the door to the other side of it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at that point, you've also made it a double swinging door.
The door is open,
and
period.
it's just gonna swing.
Yes.
You know, it may be shut sometimes, it may be open others.
Absolutely, but you got to protect yourself either way, and that's how you do it. You get knowledge, you learn, you know how to interact. And I mean, it's as simple as, I don't care what kind of being or human that you're interacting with. If you're kind, you expect kindness in return, or you be prepared to help yourself or defend yourself if you don't get it.
Well, and you know, you made a very interesting point about understanding your enemy. Mm-hmm. I guess whenever I started with my philosophic reading and theologic reading in college, really, really deep, because where I went to school for the seminary, I continued after. But it didn't matter. Like, my wife had a theater degree. She still took 12 hours of philosophy, 9 hours of theology. You could have gone for a biology degree. That's your core curriculum. It's happening. You're going to be reading Epictetus. I'm sorry. Like it or not.
Right.
You're reading ancient Greek philosophy. It's going to be happening. So having that different thought form, having that different idea was never strange to me.
Yeah.
I never considered it as understanding my enemy. I considered it as understanding the flip side of the card.
Yeah, that's fair.
And understanding a different facet of the die or the gem that is that piece of knowledge, you know? It takes numerous facets to make you look at a diamond without facets, it's a pretty ugly looking little rock.
You're correct.
I collect rocks and minerals. Like, I have an extensive collection. Diamond in and of itself is not a really pretty rock. Like, quartz is prettier naturally than diamond.
No, you're right.
It's not until you polish it, cut it, add facets, and make it capture and reflect the light that a diamond becomes attractive to the eye in that kind of way. So you have to have the facets, you have to have the work. You have to put the work in to make the diamond pretty.
Yeah.
You know, and you have to put the work in to make yourself pretty, to make yourself understand these different facets.
Absolutely.
And, you know, once again, even you coming at your investigation into these topics and your research into these topics from various points of view and not discounting the religious, I think is very important.
Yeah.
You know, so how has the religious for you played a part in this, especially whenever you're talking about the Fae, because that is one that goes directly back to Ireland and Scotland, which is very thick in that lore, but also very thick in its religious culture and history.
So I was raised Protestant, and my parents weren't very, like, they weren't heavy, like, you've got to be there 14 days a week, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They were they were pretty loose when it came to that type of stuff. But that didn't mean that I didn't have the guilt of
Sure.
you're not seeing what you're seeing, you're not hearing what you're hearing. This is deemed like you can't go play with Ouija boards. You can't be a witch. You can't do this. Blah 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 blah. So I was raised that way, but I've always been a rebel. I'll say it right out there, and I don't think I intended to go into it in a rebellious way, but I was seeing things that did not align to things I was being told.
Sure.
So when your eyes are, you're experiencing things, you're witnessing things, you're seeing this stuff, you naturally start to dig into it. It's not because you're trying to prove the faith wrong. You're just trying to get your head around what's happening.
Yeah.
And that's really what it was for me. It's getting my head around what's happening. But I still had to deal with the guilt as I was, and honestly, that is something, overcoming that. I would say that's just in the last couple of years, because
Wow.
It's not. It's. I will tell you. Here's one of the when I stepped over the edge. I had played with Ouija boards when I was little, and all the guilt from growing up. You can't do that. Can't do that. 2017, I decided I was going to try the Ouija board again.
Okay.
And I did it. Of course I did it. At Warwick Castle, in Aleister Crowley's room, because
Nice.
as you do.
Nice.
And
okay.
I was trying to remember who I was with. I think it was friends of mine, Claire and Ashley, and their grandfather came through. I had no idea they were related at this point. And the grandfather was talking about them on the Ouija board. Nothing malicious at all. Just talking about, and they started to relate it. And I was like, wait a minute, you two are related? Like, they related it to their lives. I was like, you two are related? Yes, we're cousins. And I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea. And then to see the Ouija board come through with kindness, with a grandfather. This wasn't a demon. This wasn't conjuring something that I thought that or what they'd have you believe.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. So there is peace there. So that is actually what crossed me over to say, stop with the guilt. Stop letting that guilt stop you from doing things.
Yeah.
And allow experiences to happen. Allow yourself to be open-minded to see, is this really what it is? But I'm also very logical, where it's like, okay, are they moving it? No, they're not moving it, because I'm sitting here, I'm touching it. I know they're not. So that's how I got past I'm not necessarily past it. You still have the guilt of that, but you don't let it hold you back as much.
Yeah, huge cog in the processing machine.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
With that being said, what advice would you give people as far as the Fae goes?
That's a great question. So with the Fae, you can always say hello, because you'll hear people say, don't interact with the Fae.
Sure.
I don't say that, because they're just like humans. There's good ones and bad ones.
Yeah.
Right? So I would say you can always say hi. Don't take any food. Be very respectful. They do not like liars. They do not like. They like neat and tidy. They don't like disorganization. So keep things neat and tidy, and never say thank you, because if you say thank you, you've committed yourself to a contract with them. So you owe them something.
That's right.
But just be respectful. Treat them like you would want yourself to be treated, kindly, respectfully, and you'll be okay.
Absolutely, Nikki. Before we let you go, look at the camera, let everybody know where they can go to find your books, where they can go to get in touch with you for any kind of work or investigation, things like that.
Thank you. Hi. Okay. You can come to see me at conflictedreality.com. You can get my books on Amazon. You can order them on my website, and you can get all of the updated information for me on my website.
Awesome. Fantastic.
I'm on social media all over.
Thank you so much for your time during this very busy Lonestar Paracon.
I always love talking to you. So
Same here. While you are online checking out everything from Nikki Folsom, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find our store full of amazing books, courses, movies from our guests, as well as our field observation and encounter log. If you are a researcher in the world of paranormal, in the world of UFO, UAP, cryptozoology, the field observation and encounter log is your back pocket guide to entering your data as it happens to you live in the field, so it'll be ready to shake hands with science come the day it needs to do so. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will be here with our waning coverage of the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. We'll be right back right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to our waning coverage of the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. We have the great joy of being joined by Shaw Martinez. He is a popular personality on shows ranging from Ghost Lab to Paranormal State, UFO Hunters, and so many more. How long have you been in the world of paranormal research, Shaw?
Oh gosh, let's see, I got in it in 6 or 7, I think 7 maybe.
Wow.
And then all the way through 2014, I was like filming actively through different shows, so like
Okay.
Plus like 7 years.
Wow. And were you a paranormal investigator before the shows, or were you brought in to the shows?
So I was brought
as
in
a
actually,
cast member.
No, I wasn't a cast member. I was an audio engineer.
Oh, okay. So you're like me.
Yeah.
Like that's what I am. That's my bread and butter is audio.
Yeah.
Things like that. So
it's an interesting one coming into it from the audio perspective is in that I end up, so normally you work in film and television, you're behind the scenes, you're completely disassociated, especially in reality television, you're disassociated from the cast.
Yeah.
You're not interacting, and it's almost your job to not interact. But by virtue of simply being an audio engineer, being so intrinsically tied to EVPs, and often being a provider of evidence that could corroborate or not corroborate what's going on set, I ended up kind of being drawn in and involved in a lot of the stuff that I shot. So it was really cool to kind of, doing paranormal stuff. My job took like a paradigm shift where I became like an active participant in like content that made the show.
Now, I'm going to ask you the same exact question that I asked Benjamin earlier whenever I had him here. Were you a believer prior to being involved with the show, and are you a believer now?
Okay, yeah. So I'm glad you asked that. So when I first joined this show, these shows, absolutely not.
Really?
And then when I first joined the show,
zero belief in. Hey, don't get me.
No,
I'm a producer for a living, man. I am emotionally disconnected from the button I push. I will go work for PETA one day and go work for the rival the next, as long as the check clears, man. Like, you have to be agnostic somewhat in this industry,
I hear you. And so I took that approach. And it's funny enough, I shouldn't have not been a believer because I had an experience, prior to getting on my first paranormal show. But the scientific part of my brain would love to just think like, oh, that probably, even during the first season of the show, like the first, several episodes we would shoot, I would, my logical scientific side of my brain would try to like reason away, oh, this probably happened because the light was refracting from something, and I would always come up with some reason why this was happening. And then eventually I experienced so much so much activity that could not be explained. There's no rational way to explain it, or like on camera I've had like physical phenomena happen to me. I was like, I can't rationalize this. I can't say that this was light refract, like something pushed my shoulder down. Or I saw a physical apparition go and pass the door, and then I thought, it's not just me, like other people, I was quiet about it, and everyone else's mouth is agape, Clearly, they saw it too. So I can't you know, there's no scientific rationale behind that. So so I had to be a believer.
So you eventually hit a wall where it was like I can't jump the gap anymore. There has to be something here.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, you know, it's just the point of like, how much footage can we ruin? You know, like, do we really ruin that much footage?
Yeah.
You know, is there that much that's being lost to anomaly that's just, you know?
And at that point, you might as well just not even be in it at all, because you're just going to, you know, dismiss any and everything.
Sure.
A ghost can literally be coming up and, like, you know, dancing with me in my face and mushing me around. I'm like, oh, this is not real, as I'm like, getting pock marks. This isn't real. Oh, hey, this is my eye.
And that's a very interesting way to put that, because, eventually, you know, it becomes a fact of it's got to be fact. There's got to be something to this, because once again, you live your life with your equipment. Like, you know your equipment better than you know most people.
Yes.
Typically as an engineer. So it's the fact of like, I know I did this right. I know I used my equipment right. I know that every protocol was followed, and for some reason this still happened.
Yeah. So I love that you said that. Well, one, yes, your equipment's like a family member.
Yeah.
When you're an audio engineer,
it gets me, man.
My rig is my other me.
Yeah.
But you know, there would be episodes that we would film, like say on Paranormal State. We were on Indian land, and they were like, you know, you have to be careful on this Indian land. You know, if the spirits don't like people, a lot of people filming here. They feel it's disrespectful, and if they don't want you to film here, you won't.
They ain't gonna let you.
And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. You know, like I respect your belief and your thoughts on the matter, but like I have a job to do.
Yeah.
We go to roll. My mixer, the front end of it just completely drops, dies. The microphone, the industrial tape that I normally use refuses to stick. I'm like doing 80 strips of the tape to get the lavalier on him, and just it's falling no matter what. The front end of my gear is down. All the batteries are just juicing out, and like
the batteries juicing out is what I have had that happen with me. I've been on maybe 5-6 paranormal investigations in my entire life, and the first one that I ever went on, I literally witnessed my own batteries that I went out and bought go dead. Go dead.
Yep.
And I mean, like, this was like old school tape recorder, like what your doctor used. It was rolling, and it just stopped. And it was like, okay, you know, maybe it got hung up. And no, batteries died. Put the second pair in. Same, went through a 12-pack. And it's like, this is impossible.
There's no way.
Even if it was the whole 12-pack, it's impossible.
It's impossible. There's no way quality control at the battery company dropped the ball on this many batteries
in a row. No way
Duracell
let 12 of them land in the same pack. It does not work that way.
Have you worked with psychics, miking them up?
Yeah.
It was so funny, like, on Paranormal State, like one of the first episodes actually that we had Chip Coffee on.
Yep.
The name, we call that episode The Name. And just as he was about to kind of divine or intuit this name that was going to rattle, Ryan Buell, the leader of, Paranormal State, PRS, like was going to rattle his world, he's like divining this word, kind of knew he was having a psychic insight, because I was, I have a remote monitor for my batteries.
Sure.
And his transmitter pack, the batteries just started going right as he's like pulling the name. And I had to run in with the boom mic, because his lavalier is about to die. So I'm like, oh my God, he's about to do something profound. It looks like you could tell, and he's like writing down his name, and he's like sliding in. I was like, I got to get this audio. And I'm like rushing to get but it's like, whenever he would have like a real profound moment, these batteries would just,
wow.
I'm like, whoa.
Wow. I will say one of my favorite conferences that I attend and cover every year is the International Remote Viewing Association. And their conference in Virginia a couple years ago. You can watch the footage, and at the bottom it'll say like psychic interference ? Literally in the only interview that I have where the audio is garbled and messed up on record and backup record. And they were doing an outbounder where everybody in the room literally behind us is focusing on a target somewhere else.
Bam.
And it was like,
bam.
I can't not put this on you. I'm going to put a question mark because I'm not going to say it's what it is.
No.
But as an engineer who knows my gear, trusts my gear, I travel with it. Like, I know it backward and forward.
And as an engineer,
it ain't just happening on all three of my records.
As an engineer, you have your audio, you have your backup audio, you have your backups audio.
1, 2, 3.
And you do it on autopilot. You don't like. It's not like, oh, maybe I missed it, I forgot something.
No.
You don't forget. This is stuff you do in your sleep.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
And so, like, when people try to, have you thought about this? Like, yes, I have thought about all that.
Believe me, I beat myself up over 8 drinks that night thinking about what I did. And that's just it. There are things that happen sometimes. And to hear not only you, but Ben say that you're different after your experience working on these shows, that you now look at these things with a totally different light and lens than you ever did before. That's fascinating. What is, I guess, what you would say, capital E evidence, the biggest thing that you think you've captured over time that, like, whenever somebody's like, no way, you're like, I got to show you this?
I wish it was something I could show them because it didn't end up making the cut. Well, one, on Paranormal State, one of the episodes, a coal miner was like this dad haunting the house, or whatever. And it ended up being a dad haunting the house. Like, that was like the end of the episode. Spoiler alert, from like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
It's already been spoiled, folks. Okay, don't blame him.
But so a lot of times, in order, when you're doing reality kind of stuff, you want things to feel natural. So you try to stay as out of the way as possible. As an audio guy, I want to boom everything for better audio, but as a reality person who wants the things to play out naturally, I need to kind of stay behind. Yeah. And so, I'll tuck away, especially during dead time when they're trying to commune with spirits and stuff. So I was on the other side of a house, completely isolated from everybody.
Try to let them forget they have a microphone
Exactly. On. Be natural. Yeah. Just be natural. They start to be more natural. And so I tucked away to let them be natural, do their thing. I'm on a complete opposite side of the house, in a stairway, sitting down, mixing. And a hand pushes my shoulder down hard. And I thought it was one of the camera operators who maybe got stuck on that side of the house that needs to hurry up and go film something on desktop.
Get out of my way.
So I'm annoyed. That's rude. Don't just push my shoulder down. Just say, excuse me, and I'll move out of the way. So I'm like, you can see me. I'm on surveillance camera, mind you. And you can see me turn around, and I'm, annoyed. I go from annoyed to nobody being there and looking confused, and then straight up, baffled. And then kind of freaked out. So it goes from annoyed, confused, baffled, and then freaked out. And then I got on the walkie and dude, some hand just pushed my shoulder down super hard. And they look back at the footage and you just see me mixing and you see my shoulder drop. And then they went to talk to me on camera, but because of it was on A&E and they wanted to focus less on breaking the fourth wall. It didn't make the cut.
Sure.
So the fans will never get to see that part of it. But it's there was, even though we got phenomenal evidence on that episode, that was a groundbreaking moment for me because it physically
something interacted with you.
Me. Yeah.
With you. And that's just it. When something like that happens, it harkens you in a different way, not only to pay attention, but to keep paying attention and to keep looking. So, the fact that, how early on was that for you?
Oh gosh. I think this was season 2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is season 2. I'd already been actively involved because in season 1 we did exorcism episodes and stuff that were
that's thick.
Intense.
That's thick.
Intense, undeniably intense. They had to cut so much out of it because it was so intense that no one would believe it.
Yeah.
If they didn't cut it out. They were they would think they wouldn't. It would ruin our credibility. This is so amazing that it would ruin our credibility, even though it's absolutely 100% real.
Yeah. Yeah, precisely. And we were talking about that a while ago with Benjamin, just the idea of when something like that happens and you're a part of it, how that changes your stasis in the world and the universe around you, even your understanding of your place.
You feel small.
In the world around you.
You
feel real small.
I'm really tiny. There's so much more I don't know about happening right around me that I can't see.
Yeah, exactly. We've got you for about another 5 minutes or so. You're getting ready to go in and speak right now. If you were talking to a group of audio engineer students, video engineering students, and they wanted to pursue this path, let's just say, because it's definitely an emerging path in the field, not just reality TV-wise, but documentary-wise, things like that. There's a huge growth in this industry of production, in this type of content. What advice would you give them, Shaw?
I mean, I would definitely take because the industry is shifting a little bit.
Yeah.
I would learn more holistically about production.
Sure.
So don't just don't maybe hyper specialize in audio. Be really well versed, but understand camera, storytelling.
Yeah.
And then try to attach yourself to projects that you love. One of the things I loved waking up in the morning knowing I was going into a paranormal show, because I was going to see something cool and exciting. So love what you do. Make sure you love it.
Yeah.
Make sure you learn about the craft and art of storytelling, because even if you're an audio engineer, being a good storyteller and an audio engineer, you're going to want to make things sound different, or a certain way. You're going to get creative with things, maybe get some sound effects to provide post-production. So just love what you do, love the craft, understand the craft, and always evolve.
Yeah, that is a huge point. My world has moved from rock and roll into the world of corporate AV now. The day I found corporate AV, I ran arms wide open. I tell people all the time, because I still work with drunks. They're just corporate drunks. They don't break things or get into fights, things like that. But it's the fact of I love it. I love it every day. And the reason I do is because I'm not just audio now. I spent years in broadcast video, and when people found out that dirty secret from an audio guy, rapidly the digital world came on me, and now I can barely run a digital mixer. You sit me in front of a 64-track analog, I'll wreck it all day. 16-channel digital, it's layers really fast, huh? Okay, this is going to be interesting. But having that multifaceted capacity makes a large career difference. And yes, lets you see that facet of what you're doing in a different light. Yeah. It lets you see what you're doing in audio in a different reason than just capturing audio for capturing audio. Like you said, are you trying to tell a cinematic story or a personal story? The way you're going to mix that audio, the way you record it, sounds different for those different things.
And the way you mic them sometimes might be a little different. You might want to get creative with the audio. There's a lot to it that you think about. But just at the end of the day, whatever it is that you do, love what you do. And I will impart this on anyone. 70% of our life is spent working. Do you want to have loved what you did in that 70% of your life?
That's right.
Or not?
Yeah. Or do you want to regret it for 8 hours while you're asleep? Because you got to think about that. And I want to thank you not only for your years of production in a very drilled down niche topic of production, but also shedding light on that world for other people, because it's something that I think especially shows like Ghost Lab, one of the first ones to really come out in the world of paranormal. I think that those things are really, really important to opening this topic to a new generation of people, and making an older generation a little bit more accessible to what's there. Whereas they may be hesitant to come to an event like this, they aren't hesitant to watch something on television.
That's
in
awesome.
the comfort of their home. So the fact that you have helped enlighten generations worth of people to this topic, thank you for that. Thank you for your hard work in that, because it's something that we as producers all too often forget is our long-lasting, long-term impact on something. So thank you
I appreciate
for
that.
all your hard work in that. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find your work, where they can go to find any upcoming work that you have coming up that you're allowed to share.
Actually, I did transition careers out of that. I moved into the tech world.
All right.
I've been doing tech for about 10 years.
Cool.
And now I lead AI automation solutions company called Luminate. And so basically, the way it would help people in paranormal world, if you're trying to put out your brand, or if you're trying to put out your podcast or broadcast, we can automate your whole entire social media content productions. We can automate your lead generations, your intake, customer outreach, and it'll sound very personal. It'll generate all the emails, it'll do all the research for you, and it'll start doing all the mundane stuff. So
awesome.
You handle the mundane stuff, so you can get to the good stuff of doing your investigation.
Yeah,
and
you can do the things you like doing instead of the things that are laborious to do, so you can do what you like doing.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for your time once again. while you are online checking out everything from Shaw Martinez and Illuminate. Right there. Stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can listen to the podcast, where you can find all of our episodes live from locations like the Lonestar Paracon. When we come back from this quick break, folks, we will be joined with our last couple of guests during our waning coverage. Stay tuned for continuing coverage of the Lonestar Paracon from Schertz, Texas, right after this, everybody.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to this final bit of coverage coming to you live from the Lonestar Paracon right here in Schertz, Texas. We have the incredible joy of being joined by our very, very good friend, Ken Gerhardt. Welcome back to the show, man. It's always great seeing you at these. You were here speaking today. Your presentation was about 14 cryptids of Texas. I don't think people really grasp the panoply of cryptozoology that we have here in the Lone Star State. I mean, of course, jackalope, things like that. Most people are familiar with that. But we really do have a large swath of critters that run around the state that are unknown, that have an amazing legendary history. So let's get into a few of those. What were some of the key ones that you brought up that people may not have heard of?
Well, let's see. Obviously, I started with the rock star, as I call him, Bigfoot. But, you know, there's some interesting twists on Bigfoot in Texas. The most famous is probably the Lake Worth Monster, also known as the Goat Man. And I guess that's a little confusing to people, but the original eyewitnesses, John Reichert and some of the other people that first encountered it, described it as a scaly goat man, whatever that means. But subsequent witnesses described it as basically an upright ape-like creature, but with a white color or pelage, which is kind of unusual. Only a very small percentage of eyewitnesses ever describe a Bigfoot that's other than black, brown, or, you know, traditional dark colors. So, you know, scientifically you could talk about, you know, albino or leucistic or, you know, different genetic things, or maybe it's just age. Maybe they get
you know, much like a silverback gorilla, things like that. As they age, that's how their coat grows. As
they age, But, you know, that's interesting that the Lake Worth Monster was basically portrayed as a white-colored Bigfoot, which is very unusual. And I'm familiar with a few other Bigfoot reports from that time period in the 70s that were kind of white-colored in East Texas, Corsicana, and other places. And then also the Horizon City Monster is a Bigfoot-type creature that's been reported just outside of El Paso, out in the desert, which is, again, very strange, unusual. You don't associate Bigfoot typically with flat desert areas. So.
And, you know, it is fascinating because when you get out that way, you know, you do start running across some bear population, things like that. You know, out there in the far West Texas area, things like that.
Exotic things that have escaped off ranches and stuff. Who knows?
Well, and that's one that I think that a lot of people discount, Ken. Especially, I grew up in the area of you know, left turn Clyde, things like that, where the world of primate and people's homes had kind of crossed in the mid to late 70s. It became kind of in vogue to have like a pet monkey. You know, you saw Michael Jackson even come with Bubbles to the to the music awards, things like that. So there was a spate for a little while of people having like pet orangutans, stuff like that did occur, and especially here in Texas, because we have a huge population of people here with exotic animals, exotic breed pets, things like that.
Yeah. Well, at one time there were hundreds of feral monkeys in South Texas down near Dilley, Japanese snow macaques that had been imported and escaped from a... and I'm familiar with a monkey that was shot up near Coleman, Texas, in West Texas years ago, and that created kind of... So, yeah, you're right. That kind of gets mixed in. Another thing about the Horizon City Monster is that eyewitnesses from the 70s as well as eyewitnesses from the early 2000s all described it as having, looking like a traditional Sasquatch in terms of big, hairy, man-like, upright. But all of the eyewitnesses depicted its ears as being very pointy and prominent, which you almost never hear about Bigfoot's ears, right? They're
ever
covered with fur. And also that it displayed a level of prognathism where the lower jaw was like really sticking out like a bulldog or something.
Okay.
So almost shades of a dogman type creature, if people are familiar with that cryptid. I'm sure they are if you listen to your show.
Absolutely.
So covered a little bit of Bigfoot, and then, of course, the other big Texas cryptids are the Texas version of the chupacabra, which most people are familiar with. They're kind of weird, grotesque, dog-like animals that are really not true cryptids anymore because we've got their remains, bones and DNA and stuff. Big Bird, I mentioned, which, of course, is kind of how I started my research here in Texas, down in the Rio Grande Valley, looking into these giant winged creatures. Different descriptions. Some people say it looked bat-like or prehistoric or like just a big, ugly black bird.
Yeah.
As far as lesser-known cryptids, some of the fun ones I've investigated in the state include like the so-called mountain boomers, or some people call them river dinos, which have been described as basically small, 5-foot-tall, upright lizards. Very similar to like certain small dinosaurs, ornithopod dinosaurs that were around, velociraptors.
I was just about to say, when you say upright lizard, you mean a bipedal lizard, something along the lines of a T-Rex or
in fact,
velociraptor.
Texas T-Rex is kind of a name that I coined, even though the size is not
vastly different.
Yeah, but those have been documented and reported. Sightings of those have been documented and reported in southern Colorado and northern New Mexico for years. And then in Texas, we kind of got our own version. But I did interview a woman named Michelle Rains from Hebronville, which is about 2 hours south of San Antonio. And she claimed she saw one of these things probably in the early 2000s. That it was described as like a small snake-like head with a long neck, but attached to a body and a long tail. And this thing was definitely upright the whole time she saw it moving on its hind legs. So we do have some large lizards here in Texas, of course.
We do.
But nothing that's bipedal, although it's interesting, there's a tie-in between the name mountain boomer, which is used in Texas and Oklahoma for these creatures, and an actual native lizard known as the eastern collared lizard, and sometimes referred to as a mountain boomer in kind of slang terms. They do run upright.
They do.
When they're scared and they're moving very fast, but they're only about 14 inches tall, which is a big difference from 5 feet. I doubt that any eyewitness, even under duress, would confuse 14 inches with 5 feet.
Yeah, you'd be looking more the size of your standard backyard home chicken or even a Texas Roadrunner at that point at full size, you know. And that's a strange one. I was going to say, like, I know like the 6-line lizard is prone to run on its hind legs whenever highly excited.
I guess.
But that's even one that, like, you're talking maybe 10 to 12 inches tail included. You know, like the thickness of my thumb. Not a large dog-sized critter running around or larger.
No.
You know.
No.
So.
I mean, now the only other thing, now that you mentioned it, and you're bringing up some good points, I believe some varanids or, monitor lizards and they get pretty big. We
They
know the
do.
Komodo dragon is the top of the line there at 10 feet, but some of those might be able to move on their hind legs for a very short period of time.
In bursts.
Yeah, and those, going back to your point earlier, lots of people collect large monitor lizards.
Absolutely.
They're very popular in the pet trade. So, so that's a cool cryptid. There are not a lot of aquatic cryptids that have been reported in Texas. We don't have an actual Nessie per se, or a Champ or Ogopogo.
Yeah.
There are rumors of a lake monster in Lake Granbury known as One Eye, and that, it's kind of old, vague stories, and also reports of something in the Brazos River years ago. But most of the aquatic cryptids around Texas include reports of the classic traditional sea serpents off the coast of Galveston.
Really?
Very old stories from the 1800s of ship's captains. I think there was a craft called the St. Olaf in the late 1800s that claimed that they saw this 100-foot-long snake-like animal out in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Galveston.
Yeah.
2 or 3 of those stories, but they're very old. But most of the aquatic cryptids in Texas, and the ones that I've investigated, include accounts of monstrous catfish.
Yeah.
As big as a Volkswagen is the common description. So,
and I will definitely say I used to do a bit of trot lining at a time, and I have definitely sat atop of catfish for a picture, Kim. You could fit a 30-gallon trash bag in this animal's mouth.
Yeah,
they're big, like the size of this 6-foot table. They're big. And even whenever you look at here in the last year, there have been 3 record-setting gar caught in Texas that are upward of 300 pounds, 8, 9, 10 feet long. You're talking about a mouth the size of this table almost. It's an alligator gar. It's called such because it looks like an alligator mouth like that. A small one will frighten a good fisherman, much less one 7, 8, 9 feet long. Like that is literally a living dinosaur roaming the bayous of Texas.
They're weird-looking fish, too.
Yeah.
You see them roll on the surface, and they have that prehistoric, like you said.
Yeah. Scales,
bumpy, scaly.
Scales the size of your thumbnail.
A mouth just lined with razor-sharp, tiny little teeth.
And when you see them, especially in the shallows, things like that, they can be freaky looking, and you can definitely see 2 or 3 points of water moving at the same time.
Yeah. But in terms of catfish, you're right. There are 2 native species here in Texas that get quite large: the channel cats and blue catfish, Ictalurus furcatus. And the state record on those, I actually got to see the state record back in 2005. It was named Splash. It was caught in Lake Texoma. It was 121 pounds.
Wow.
And they kept it alive at the Fisheries Museum in Athens, Texas for a couple years. It sadly passed away, but I got to go see that. But we're talking about something even much larger than that. Now, around the world, of course, there are much larger species. The Wells catfish in Europe, the Mekong catfish in Asia, and in the Goliath catfish in South America all get much bigger than anything here in North America, allegedly. So you have the potential for catfish to grow to these monstrous sizes. But the most famous one in Texas is in Lake of the Pines, which is up near Jefferson, one of our haunts.
Yep.
And there's a legend of a giant catfish named Oscar. And the story, if you talk to the locals, the story goes that Oscar swam into a sunken Cadillac. I guess the window was cracked or something when it was very small, and somehow got trapped in that underwater Cadillac and got bigger and bigger, and just kind of ate everything that swam in the window until it got monstrous, and then it finally broke out of this Cadillac, and it's allegedly eaten dogs that have been walking on the shoreline. And so, I didn't see Oscar, but I went out there a couple times and just kind of poked around.
I can definitely say, just as a fisherman, there is some truth to that. Like I have seen people use ducklings for bass bait.
Oh, okay.
Because a fish is literally a predatory thing. It does not care. Like, it could be a baby bass swimming in front of it. If it fits in its mouth, it's dinner. That's how a fish thinks. It's not like, oh, look, one of my fellow bass. that's not how it works. If it's smaller and it swims in front, you're gone. That's just how that works. And yeah, to see bass that get that big, and once again, even to see catfish that can fit halfway across a john boat.
It's a shock to see anything
in big fish.
In fresh water. You don't expect, if you're out in the ocean, that's a whole nother story. But if you're in a river, a lake, or whatever, and you see something as big as your table, that's a problem.
And now, one of my favorite things about you, Ken, is that you, for years, have worked here at the San Antonio Zoo. You live in the world of zoology on a daily, almost. Not just cryptozoology, but actual, biology and working with zoologists, things like that, even to help bring about things like the reintroduction program of things like, horned toads, stuff like that.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of those that we bred at the zoo, and we've released them onto. We have one ranch. It's an undisclosed location because we don't want anyone messing with the
going out and harvesting
horned
baby horned toads.
And there hasn't been any reintroduction, but we have a conservation scientist at the zoo named Dante Fenolio, who's a pretty amazing guy. He grew up in the Amazon, and he's been all over the world searching for all kinds of endangered species, but he has discovered in parts of South Texas several species of blind cave salamanders and catfish and all kinds of. He's a caver, so he goes way down deep into these isolated cave systems where you have these species that have evolved isolated for such a long period of time that they're really unique, but sadly most of them are very endangered also. So we have been trying to figure out ways to breed those at the zoo, but there's so many unknowns with something that is an unknown species that's never been bred anywhere. So they kind of have to figure that kind of stuff out.
Exactly, and that, one of the reasons I bring up those credos with you is the idea of invasive species. Even fishing in my backyard in Houston, Texas, right off of Highway 6 in Briar Forest, middle of the city, man, I have caught koi.
Wow.
No less than 2 feet.
Yeah.
Because people took very tiny little baby koi and used them as bait fish. Things like, because in murky water, look at this goldfish, bass. I used to use little feeder goldfish as crappie bait in the same exact pond. And it would blow my mind because sometimes, I'd catch me a big old goldfish that just had a whole pond to grow in now because it got off a hook.
Those do turn up a lot, those invasive koi
I was
goldfish.
just about to say, what are the odds of something, especially like a Mekong catfish, something like that? Those are pretty popular in aquariums, that kind of stuff. Asian catfish, things like that. What are the odds of something like that? Even a placostomus will get to the size of this table, given the space to grow. I've seen them in Buffalo Bayou, 3.5 feet long, sucking on a rock. What are the odds of something like that being in our water and that possibly being the source of these stories?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that happens where, look, we have to acknowledge that fishermen are, no offense, because I'm a
That's okay. Hey.
I'm just speaking in general.
That's right.
Fishermen tend to tell what we refer to as big fish stories.
The
one that got away.
We do.
So, some of these stories are, they are based on bona fide. Like you said, I've gotten accounts like that too of exotic. People have caught in, Lake Conroe years ago. Someone caught a pacu. It looks like a piranha.
Yep.
But
a pacu,
but you know what? It became a piranha.
Yes.
Because it was cooler to say that. Oh, they caught a piranha in Lake Conroe, and that kind of that spreads. So.
Even the story of Lake Houston, the consummate conservation cautionary tale of, so to get rid of all the chink foil in the water and everything else that was gumming up the works and messing up people's motors and stuff like that, tearing up props, we brought in some freshwater piranha.
Yeah.
And we let them go to, they're vegetarian piranha, so they aren't going to eat what's there. But now you got all these piranha that have just destroyed things in a way that the natural fish would have never done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Invasive species are a problem everywhere, in every niche.
It literally became the fact that, Texas Park and Wildlife, I believe, ended up putting a bounty out for them. Where it was if you catch them, let us know so we can keep track of how many have been caught.
That I did not know.
So we know that we're closer to getting them out of the system. But yeah, that was a huge issue that happened about 10 years ago at Lake Houston. That was really mind-blowing to me when it happened. It was like, whoa, what happened here? And that's something that we talk about pretty regularly, especially with Craig Woolheater and other people, is the idea of conservationism when it comes to cryptozoology. I think that this community especially has a unique perch to sit upon to be able to approach the world of conservationists and to really get that conservationist movement going amongst it. Because if you want to preserve Bigfoot, what you really need to preserve is his roaming ground.
Right, yeah.
You know? Because if you want to talk about it being a problem, it's going to be a real problem. We encroach too far, and now Bigfoot's digging through the dumpster in the local Quickie Mart.
Yeah.
You know, as a bear is prone to do when you get too close and you provide a whole bunch of food in a bucket.
Well, there have been accounts of them digging through dumpsters.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Because, well, much like any animal, especially one, as you've been on the show with me before, I hold the fact that it is likely, much like any good bear, it may hunt on occasion, may fish on occasion, probably ain't going to take any large game because that's just dangerous to it. But it'll gladly snatch a squirrel off a tree, you know, maybe even eat a little bit of carrion if it's fresh. But aside from that, it's a really big roamer and grazer.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's just it. Like, we have to protect that area of forage for them. Is it really the fact? Do we have enough, at least wildlife conservation-wise, do we have enough food for a ranging large hominid of that size?
Yeah, I would say, you know, if they are generalist omnivores, I mean, there's plenty to eat in terms of, you know, small game. I mean, shoot, we were, you know, since we're talking about this theme of invasive species, I mean, let's acknowledge the issue with invasive pigs in Texas.
Yes.
There's millions and millions of them, and they just are out of control, right?
Yeah.
On every ranch and property.
To the point that there's almost no license.
Yeah.
Just if you see them, have fun.
Yeah, so theoretically a Sasquatch could probably eat pork, you know, for its entire life. I mean, there's enough pigs in Texas for something like that.
And that brings something up, because you do, on occasion in groups on social media, see images of a torn carcass of a pig, things like that. There was specifically one that made the circles a couple years ago. I believe it was out of Australia, saying a Yowie did this. I always found it odd because there was not a lot of blood on the scene. You think if you ripped a hog open, there'd be blood everywhere. I've gutted a hog. There tends to be a little bit of blood, even if you're doing it right. Much less if you rip one asunder. Do you think that is the kind of behavior that a large critter like that would exhibit on the norm?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's a good question as far as like the actual predation and how they would do it and stuff. I've had some interesting discussions with Bigfoot researchers around the country in terms of what they've observed in strange livestock killings, animal carcasses that they found and stuff. The weirdest thing that I saw was a guy in Pennsylvania had a photograph of a white-tailed deer that was stuck in the fork of a tree low to the ground and pulled in both directions so that it was basically pulled in half, or, you know, into two parts, I'm sorry, and with all the guts and entrails kind of in between.
Okay.
So I've never heard of anything like that before, but I mean, you know, we know that big cats will drag the deer up trees and things like that. But this was not up hanging out of range of other scavengers and things to get to. It was like, you know, it was like something had used the fork in this tree as a tool to, you know, basically position this thing and then kind of
separate it.
Yeah, so that's weird. Similarly, I heard an account from a guy in Minnesota a couple years ago that was up riding horseback in northern Minnesota, and he claimed that there was a coyote laying on the trail ahead of them that had its back broken, like it had been thrown there.
Oh, wow.
And it couldn't move. It was paralyzed. I mean, it was alive, and it was just kind of like, and they got off their horses and checked it out, and they're like, you know, how did this coyote break its back? It's not, it didn't fall. You know, there's no obvious way that it ended up like that. So there are some accounts like that. But I'm, you know, as far as like the livestock killings or predations that I'm notified of, typically it's, you know, more of the traditional weird surgical. No, look, we can explain the eyes and the tongue are always going to be eaten first by scavengers.
That's right.
So whenever you hear about a weird livestock or animal killing and the eyes were missing and the tongue was missing, that's not that weird. Scavenging birds will go right for that stuff.
Feel free to visit any taco truck around San Antonio or Austin or Houston. You will find lingua on the menu.
Right.
Like, even we go after it. It's a sweetbread.
Me, not so much.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I get your point.
It's within the realm of cuisine.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's on the menu. And I like some exotic tacos here and there.
Sure,
maybe not lingua so much. You know, the BFRO has documented a lot of deer killings where supposedly the liver was the first and primarily targeted organ.
Okay.
And they find the deer carcasses, and the liver's always gone in these assumed Bigfoot predations. So yeah, there are like hints and rumors of, like, you know, could Bigfoots and Sasquatches hunt this way, or, you know, what exactly are they doing? I would think they're still prone to, you know, much like bears or other animals that are capable of killing very large. But as you said, why do that?
Risky.
If there's a rabbit versus an elk, you're going to go for the rabbit, right?
Yeah.
You know, the rabbits are very fast and hard to catch. So I've always thought that Bigfoots and Sasquatches are more of, like, you know, scavenging and foraging for things like mollusks and grubs and crustaceans and
even
things that...
Even fishing as a bear would.
Yeah. Or even, you know, again, being lazy about it. There's a... I can't remember the name of the river, but it's up in Washington State, right there in the Olympic Peninsula. And for years there, the local tribe has talked about, you know, they do these seasonal salmon runs where they put out these big nets because they know, you know, they've been there for so long that they know when the salmon are coming. And that traditionally the Sasquatches figured this out, and they would come down and start, even when they were there, and just start stealing the nets and the salmon, right? So it's maybe a little bit easier for them to...
Yeah.
So I would say that, and again, it's all speculation.
Sure.
But Sasquatch is probably, you know, they have to eat a lot. They do eat a lot of vegetation. We know they're omnivores. That's been well documented. They eat rodents and small animals and things like that. I've seen evidence that they eat turtles, like you said, fish.
Okay.
Mollusks. Probably not so much, even though we were, you know, it's fun to kind of envision them hunting large animals like big deer and pigs and things like that. Probably not as frequent, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But who knows? It's all fun to talk about.
Well, yeah, you know, because once again, it is a hearsay and speculation, and all scientific speculation as well, though, which you have to kind of be able to do. You know, and that's the plus side. Is
let's keep it scientific, folks. That's all I ask.
Well, that's just it. It's one of those. I think we have a fantastic opportunity. One of my favorite things to discuss is actually from our mutual friend Ryan Edwards. That gap of discovery. That idea of when did we scientifically get a zest for it, and when did we discover it and prove it? You know, and even one of the things he talks about regularly in his presentations is that idea of the lowland gorilla. By the time, like, the natives had told us about it, we'd heard about it. Oh, you're crazy. There's nothing up there. What are you talking about? We go up there. There's nothing there. It took 75 years for science to prove the existence of the lowland gorilla, when the natives there were like, no, we're telling you, it's there. Like, we've lived with it for generations. It's there. Trust us.
Sure.
You know, and I regularly fodder you on Facebook with, like, hey, did you see this resurrected species that nobody's seen for decades, and suddenly it's back again? It's pretty regular that
I love
we
that stuff.
we miss that mark scientifically, or that we declare something gone, and lo and behold, even the ivory-billed woodpecker is back in America. You know, seen quite a few times over the last few years. So very well documented that it is back. It is not extinct. Hasn't been. Couldn't have ever really been extinct if it's here. So
Lazarus taxon. That does happen a lot. So.
Yeah. So you're working on a new book right now. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. Thanks for the plug, Christopher.
Absolutely.
It's the Essential Guide to Mothman and Other Flying Humanoids. It's actually a revised version of a book that I published 12 years ago called Encounters with Flying Humanoids, but I've added a lot of new material to this book. It obviously features Mothman as kind of the rock star of flying humanoid type creatures.
Sure.
I cover that case, and similar to my other essential guides, I provide the reader with the most accurate, fact-checked, objective information about that particular creature.
Yeah.
But I've also interviewed many people that claim they've encountered Mothman-type creatures in places like Mexico, here in Texas, other parts of the U.S., Canada, and then I also talk about, of course, in antiquity, we have in mythologies all over the world these anthropomorphic creatures with humanoid features combined with those of a bat or a bird, winged.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go back to, ancient Sumeria and, the Apkallu, the Harpies in Greek mythology. In Europe, you have all types of, the Scree and...
Yeah.
So it's basically, it's essential guide to flying humanoids. And, I covered and added some new stuff like the Chicago Mothman case, of course, and some of the more of the more modern cases. So, it's due to be out hopefully in May. That's what I'm shooting for right now.
Let's definitely get you back on whenever it comes in and get you a little bump for the promotion of it.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely, always. But thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure talking with you.
Always, brother.
We're getting ready to close this thing down. Let everybody know where they can go to, because you have some amazing courses. I hold a certificate in your courses.
You do.
They're absolutely awesome. They are full of
you.
Tons of material. Tons.
Thank you.
Let everybody know where they can go to find your books, where they can go to find your courses, everything King Gerhard. Let them know.
The obvious place is kengerhard.com, which you graciously helped me kind of
thank you.
Revise and update. So kengerhard.com, and there's a link at the top for if you want to check out my online courses. You can also find me on Patreon, Exploring Cryptozoology. And, of course, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and all those other good places. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much, bud. I appreciate it again.
Thanks, Christopher.
Absolutely,
good event.
And always.
Hopefully we all had a good time. I did.
I always have a good time.
Okay, good.
Ken, thanks again, bud. Always appreciated. While you are online checking out all of the amazing work of King Gerhard over at kinggerhard.com, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can catch all the episodes. That's where you can find also the books and classes and movies from our guests. You can also find your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research. If you are an investigator in the world of cryptozoology, paranormal, or UFO, UAP, this is your in-your-pocket field log to be able to put down all of the data that you gather while you are in the field, so it is ready in a scientific manner to shake hands with science come the day it needs to do so.
Good stuff.
Absolutely.
I have a copy myself.
Thank you.
Yep.
And thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for your open hearts, your open minds. That is what makes the conversation, and without the conversation, humanity does not move forward. That officially wraps it for our live coverage here on site of the Lonestar Paracon here in Schertz, Texas. Remember, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for tuning into this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. To download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault, or become a sponsor of Curious Realm, visit our website at curiousrealm.com. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast and video services, curiousrealm.com, as well as KGRA Radio, APR TV, and the official Curious Realm app for Roku devices. Curious Realm is a proud member of the Ground Zero Media family of podcasts. For more shows and members-only content, visit groundzeroplus.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious, and remember, the other side is always watching.